Hey friends! Glad you're here at Gringotts Hub. We've cooked up something special. What if Harry found the Peverell-Merlin-Gryffindor marriage contract and realized he was the Supreme Lord of Death at age 7? Liking and subscribing really helps us out. Okay, story time. Chapter 1, The Attic. The summer Harry turned 7, the Dursleys decided to use him as a step stool. Not literally. That would have been too honest. What Aunt Petunia actually said, on a Tuesday morning in late June while scraping burned toast into the bin, was that Harry was going to make himself useful for once and carry all the old boxes from the spare bedroom up to the attic because Dudley needed the room for his new toy chest and Harry was, in her words, just small enough to get into the corners properly. Harry didn't argue. He had learned very early that arguing with Aunt Petunia accomplished nothing except making Uncle Vernon's face go the particular shade of purple that meant someone was getting no dinner, and Harry was already hungry enough that skipping a meal felt genuinely dangerous. So he nodded, tucked his too large shirt back into his too large trousers, and got on with it. The boxes were heavy and the attic ladder was rickety and Dudley stood at the bottom of it for 20 minutes shouting helpful things like, "Don't drop anything, freak," until Aunt Petunia called him in for biscuits. By noon Harry had moved 11 boxes, found 3 dead spiders the size of his thumbnail, and scraped his elbow twice on the low beam over the attic entrance. It was while he was rubbing his elbow and catching his breath that he noticed the floor. The attic of number 4, Privet Drive, was the kind of place no one paid attention to. It smelled of old insulation and dust and something faintly chemical that Harry had always assumed was Uncle Vernon's collection of paint tins stacked against the far wall. The floorboards were uneven and gray and mostly obscured by the accumulated junk of years, broken exercise equipment, bags of clothes that were too worn to donate but too guilty to throw away, a box of Dudley's outgrown toys that had been up here since Harry could remember. But Harry had been carefully stacking boxes in the corner near the water tank, and in doing so he'd shifted a rolled-up rug that had been leaning against the wall, and beneath it he could see a section of floorboard that didn't look like the others. He crouched down. The other boards were gray with age and grime, their grain barely visible. This one, 3 boards pushed together, forming a rectangle roughly 2 feet by 3, was clean. Not just cleaner. Untouched. Like time had decided to leave it alone. The wood was a deep reddish brown, almost warm-looking, and when Harry pressed his palm flat against it he felt something that he had no word for at 7 years old, something that pressed back from the other side like a pulse. He looked over his shoulder. He could hear the television from downstairs, Dudley's cartoon turned up loud, and Aunt Petunia's voice on the phone. No one was coming up. Harry dug his fingernails into the edge of the board and pulled. It came up without resistance, like it had been waiting. The second and third boards followed. Beneath them, in a hollow space roughly the size of a large suitcase, sat a trunk. It was old. Even Harry, who had no framework for magical objects and no one to tell him that the faint shimmer across its surface was a preservation ward older than the house it sat beneath, understood instinctively that this object was old in a way that the attic around it was not. The leather was a dark, saturated green, and the brass fittings at each corner had the patina of things that had been handled by many careful hands over many years. There was no lock, or rather there had been a lock. Harry could see the fitting, but it was open, the catch unlatched, like someone had left it ready. On the lid, in letters tooled into the leather, were 2 words. For Harry. He sat back on his heels and stared at those 2 words for a long time. No one gave Harry things. That was simply a fact of his life, as plain and unargued as the fact that his cupboard had no window or that Dudley got 2 birthday cakes every year and Harry got none. The idea that something had been left for him, specifically for him, with his name on it, was so foreign that his brain kept sliding off it like water off glass. He opened the trunk. Inside, resting on a folded piece of dark green velvet, were 3 objects and 1 document. The document was on top. A single folded sheet of parchment, thick and cream-colored, sealed with wax in a deep burgundy red, the seal itself a complex layered thing, 3 symbols overlapping, a triangle intersected by a line and a circle, a serpent devouring its own tail, and a sword whose blade was formed by the letter G. Harry didn't know what any of them meant. He picked it up anyway. The wax seal cracked open the moment his fingers closed around it. Not like he'd broken it, like it had been waiting for exactly the pressure of his specific hand to release. He unfolded the parchment. The writing inside was in several different inks, black, silver, and one that seemed to shift between both depending on the angle. The language at the top was something old and formal that Harry couldn't read, the letters half familiar and half like nothing he'd ever seen in the schoolbooks Dudley discarded. But then, roughly a third of the way down the page, the script changed. Became English. Became readable. By the terms herein bound and witnessed by blood most ancient, the bearer of Peverell line through maternal descent, of Merlin's working through the old compact, and of Gryffindor's inheritance through both sword and soul, is recognized as sovereign over the domain of death, lord of what lies between the living and the gone, master of the Hallows in perpetuity, and first in all courts magical from this recognition forward. The bearer's name at time of recognition, beneath that line, in ink that had not been there before, in ink that was still drying, that was forming as Harry watched, 2 words appeared in his own blood-red script. Harry Potter. Harry read it twice. Then a third time. He was 7 years old and he was not, generally speaking, a dramatic child. Drama attracted attention and attention attracted punishment, but he sat back on his heels in the dusty attic of number 4, Privet Drive, and felt something move through him that started at his fingertips and traveled through every nerve ending he had until it reached the center of his chest and settled there like something coming home. The dust around him was floating. All of it. Every mote, every particle, hanging in perfect suspension as if gravity had briefly forgotten what it was for. "Well," said a voice, "there you are." Harry did not scream. He spun around, fast and low in the way he'd learned to move around Dudley's friends, putting the trunk at his back. His heart was going very quickly. The attic was empty. The dust was still floating. "Not there," the voice said, with the patient tone of someone who had said this many times before and expected to say it many more. "Not in the room. Here." Harry pressed a hand to his chest. The voice was coming from inside his ribcage, or not inside exactly, but from the same direction as his heartbeat. It was not frightening. That was the strange part. It should have been frightening, a voice speaking from inside you in a dusty attic while the dust defied gravity was objectively frightening, but the voice carried with it a feeling that Harry could only describe, years later, as the feeling of something that had always been present finally deciding to say hello. "What are you?" Harry asked. He kept his voice down. He'd had years of practice keeping his voice down. "I have many names," the voice said, "and I find most of them irritating. Your family called me by one name in particular. You may call me whatever you'd like. I've been waiting rather a long time and I'm not particular about titles at this point. My family." Harry looked at the trunk. At the 2 words on the lid. "You knew my parents?" "I know everyone's parents, eventually." A pause. "That was a joke. I'm told my sense of humor is an acquired taste. Your mother knew me better than most. She was very clever, your mother. She found 7 different ways to be infuriating, and I say that with genuine respect." The dust settled. Slowly, like it had been given permission. Harry stayed where he was, crouched against the trunk, and thought about this with the careful serious attention he gave to most things in his life, which was considerable given that careful and serious were often the only tools he had. "Are you deaf?" he asked. The pause was different this time. More considered. "I am what sits at the boundary," the voice said finally. "I am the thing that was here before the first living creature drew a breath and will be here after the last one lets it go. Death is one of my names, yes. The one that matters most for this conversation. The contract you're holding recognizes you as my master, which is a title your ancestor created and which I agreed to honor because the alternative was considerably more annoying and I have eternity to think about these things." Harry looked at the parchment. "It says sovereign. Same concept. Your ancestor Peverell preferred the word sovereign because he found master uncomfortable, which I thought showed remarkably good emotional intelligence for someone who spent 3 years trying to trick me." Harry almost smiled. He didn't quite, because smiling was something he did carefully, but the corner of his mouth moved. The Three Brothers Story. You know it? Mrs. Fig has books. He'd read everything in Mrs. Fig's house. She smelled like her cats and her teas were terrible and she talked too much about her cats, but she had floor-to-ceiling bookshelves and she never minded Harry sitting in the corner of her sitting room reading them while Dudley had his playdates at the park. Harry had read through her folklore section, her mythology section, and was halfway through her history section by last November. The Deathly Hallows. 3 objects. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. The third brother was the wisest. He greeted Death like an old friend. He was, Death agreed, significantly less annoying than his brothers, yes. What the story doesn't mention is that the compact he made was rather more formal than a friendly greeting. He bound his bloodline to mine. Made an agreement. His descendants would carry what I carry, a connection to the space between, the understanding of what death is and isn't, the authority over the Hallows themselves. In return, I agreed that his line would never be taken by me before their time. Another pause. I broke that agreement twice. Your parents. The attic was very quiet. They were taken before their time, Harry said. He said it flatly, because he was 7 and he didn't have a relationship with the loss yet, just the fact of it. Mom and Dad were dead, they died in a car crash, he'd grown up being told not to ask questions about it. But now that flat fact was something else. Voldemort. Yes. I did not take them. Something else did. Something that had no right to. A quality entered the voice that was impossible to describe precisely. It wasn't quite anger, because Death didn't experience anger the way Harry did, but it was something equally large. A weight settling. I owe your family a debt, Harry. That's not nothing. I owe it to you specifically now that you've touched the contract. The bloodline recognized you. That means the inheritance is fully yours. Harry looked at the other items in the trunk. He'd been so focused on the parchment that he hadn't examined them properly. He reached in now and lifted the first, a stone, smooth and dark and palm-sized, with a crack across it that looked deliberate rather than accidental. His fingers closed around it and he felt something. Layers of something. Dozens of voices at the edge of his perception, not frightening, just, present. Like a room full of people who all turned to look when he walked in. He set it down carefully. The second object was a wand. Not a child's wand, not something small or slim. A long wand of pale wood, worn smooth at the grip with use so old the smoothness had become the texture of the thing itself, the grain sealed over by centuries of hands. It hummed when he touched it. Not a subtle hum. A hum. The kind that came from something that had been waiting for something specific and finally had it. He set that down too. The third object was a piece of cloth folded into a perfect square, and when he lifted it his hand disappeared. He stared at where his hand had been for several seconds. Then he lifted the cloth further and it cascaded down over his arm and his arm was gone, and he felt nothing except a faint coolness, like the air on the other side of the cloth was marginally different from the air on this side. I know what these are, he said. Yes, Death said. They were in my mum's trunk. She kept them safe. She found the trunk when she was 8, in her own family's attic, and she understood what she was, a descendant of Ignotus Peverell through her mother's line, the connection thin but present. She didn't take the Hallows. She put them in the trunk and sealed it and added her own protections, and she wrote in her will that the trunk should go to you. A quieter note. It should have reached you when you were placed with the Dursleys. Something intercepted that instruction. Harry filed that away. He was good at filing things away. Dumbledore, he said, not as a question. Death didn't answer that directly. Someone who believed they knew what was best for you. They were not entirely wrong and they were not entirely right, and when you are older you will have thoughts about that which I expect will be quite clear. Harry looked at the parchment again. at his name drying on it in red that was almost the color of blood. "The contract says marriage," he said. He'd read the English section carefully. "It says the sovereign must, it says there's a match." "The contract is old," Death said, with the particular tone of something that found its own bureaucracy mildly embarrassing. "It was written in an era when bloodline continuation was considered non-negotiable. The clause regarding a match is not, it is not what you're imagining. It doesn't force anything. Think of it less as an arranged marriage and more as a recognition. Someone whose nature complements yours. The contract will acknowledge them when the time comes. You'll have approximately 4 years before it becomes relevant." "That's completely mad," Harry said. "Yes," Death agreed. "I did say the third brother was less annoying than his predecessors. I did not say the paperwork he generated was simple." Harry sat in the attic for a long time after that. The television downstairs changed from cartoons to whatever Uncle Vernon watched in the afternoon, the volume going up and then down again. Harry sat cross-legged in front of the open trunk and read the parchment again, more carefully, parsing the English sections and sitting with the sections he couldn't read, turning the feel of them over like stones. He was the descendant of 3 of the oldest magical bloodlines in Britain. He was the master of 3 objects that had no business being real. He had a voice in his chest that was death itself, which meant death was real, which meant magic was real, which meant the things that happened around him, the times his hair had grown back overnight after Aunt Petunia cut it, the times he'd ended up on the school roof when Dudley's friends chased him, the time he'd turned a teacher's wig blue and what the teacher had firmly insisted was an act of deliberate mischief and what Harry had firmly and privately known was something else entirely. Meant something. Had always meant something. "Can you teach me?" he asked. "To do what?" "Everything," Harry said simply. Another pause. The longest one yet. And then something that might, in a human, have been called warmth. "Yes," Death said. "I rather think I can." He put the Hallows back in the trunk carefully, the stone and the wand and the cloak folded precisely as he'd found them. He put the marriage contract on top of them. Then he put the velvet over everything and closed the lid and replaced the floorboards, settling them back into place until the seam was invisible, and he carried down 2 more boxes and stacked them against the spare bedroom wall and went to the kitchen and made himself a piece of toast with the heels of the bread that no one else wanted, and he ate it standing at the counter while Aunt Petunia talked on the phone and Dudley thundered in and out looking for his football boots and Uncle Vernon's car turned into the drive at 5:30. He was 7 years old. He was sleeping in a cupboard. His relatives treated him like something between furniture and an inconvenience. He owned nothing except 2 large clothes and a toothbrush with a bent handle. He was also, as of this afternoon, the sovereign lord of death, the bearer of the Peverell-Merlin-Gryffindor blood right, and the master of the only 3 magical objects in human history that could each claim to have no equal. Harry finished his toast and washed the crumbs off the counter so Aunt Petunia wouldn't have something to shout about and went to his cupboard and lay down on his too small cot with his hands folded on his chest. "Tell me about Merlin," he said quietly to the dark. Impatient, Death observed. "You've been sitting on this for 3 hours. I read fast." Merlin, Death said, settling into it, was the single most infuriating magical practitioner in the history of Britain, which considering the competition is genuinely remarkable. He was also brilliant in a way that made his infuriatingness somewhat forgivable. He was Peverell descended on his father's side, a fact that most magical histories don't mention because most magical histories were written by people who either didn't know or found it inconvenient. The compact he made was different from Ignotus Peverell's. He didn't seek to master death. He sought to understand it. He argued with me, if you can imagine that, for approximately 2 centuries, 2 centuries. Harry turned his head in the dark. He lived for 2 centuries. He found creative solutions to certain biological limitations. The point is that his magical working, the thing the contract calls the Old Compact, was an agreement that his bloodline would carry a specific understanding of magic. Not just power. Comprehension. The ability to see the structure of spells the way a mathematician sees the structure of equations. Your mother had it. She could pull a hex apart thread by thread just by looking at it long enough. You have it. You don't know you have it yet. I've always been good at reading things, Harry said slowly. Patterns. I see patterns in things. Math. The way people behave. I can usually. He stopped. I thought everyone could do that. They very much cannot, Death said dryly. And Gryffindor? Harry asked. Godric Gryffindor. The sword, the school, the hat that sorts frightened 11-year-olds into houses. He was a real man. He was also a Peverell descendant, distant, through the female line. There's a great deal of Peverell blood running through magical Britain, which is what you'd expect from a family that's been at it for 1,000 years. His contribution to the contract isn't bloodline. It's sole claim. He enchanted certain artifacts, certain places. Hogwarts itself responds to his blood. The sorting hat carries his knowledge. His sword appears to those worthy of it. A pause. It will appear to you within the year. It has been waiting. It gets restless. Harry stared at the underside of the stairs above his cupboard. There was a crack in the wood that he'd spent years staring at in the dark. He'd traced it so many times in his mind that he could have drawn it with his eyes closed. Why didn't my mum take the Hallows, he asked. If she knew. If she found the trunk and understood, because she was wise enough to know they weren't meant for her, Death said. She was Peverell descended but the blood right didn't recognize her fully. She could feel the contract but she couldn't open it. She kept the trunk safe and she trusted that the blood right would find its proper bearer. She believed that was you from the moment she was pregnant with you. A beat. She was right. Harry was quiet for a long time after that. Long enough that Uncle Vernon's heavy footsteps went from the kitchen to the sitting room and back twice. Long enough that Dudley got shouted at for leaving his shoes in the hall and the television came on for the evening news. She loved me, Harry said finally. It wasn't a question but it wasn't entirely sure of itself either. Ferociously, Death said quietly. In a way that left a mark on the fabric of things. That's not metaphor. What your mother did when Voldemort came to your house, she refused to step aside, she refused, 3 times, with full knowledge of what refusal meant, that was an act of love so concentrated and so willed that it changed the rules. I don't change the rules. I am the rules, mostly. But the rules changed that night because of her. The protection she cast is still on you. It will be for years yet. Harry thought of the Dursleys. Of the way Aunt Petunia had brought him here, to her house, her perfect house, with her face closed and hard the whole drive from wherever they'd found him. Dumbledore put me here because of her protection. Yes. He was right about that, at least. The protection requires her blood nearby. Her sister's blood. And the part where he left me here knowing what they're like. Death's silence was telling. Right, Harry said. He turned on his side and closed his eyes. Outside the cupboard, number 4, Privet Drive went through its evening routines, dinner, television, Dudley's bath that always took too long because he splashed everywhere, Uncle Vernon's half-hour of reading before bed, Aunt Petunia's face cream, the succession of sounds that meant everyone was in their rooms and the house was settling. Harry lay in his cupboard and thought about 3 bloodlines and 1 contract and 3 objects under the attic floor and a voice in his chest that knew everything that had ever ended. He thought about what it meant to be sovereign over something. The word felt too large for him right now. He was small and underfed and he had precisely 2 friends if he counted Mrs. Figg and possibly 3 if he counted the neighborhood tabby cat that sometimes sat outside the cupboard window. But small things could hold large things. He knew that. He'd read about seeds in Mrs. Figg's botany books. A seed was a very small thing and it held an entire tree inside it in potential, held the tree perfectly, held it with patience, and the tree was not diminished by having once been small. Harry Potter fell asleep in his cupboard under the stairs on a Tuesday in late June, and he was not the same as he had been that morning, and he would not be that morning's version of himself again. Upstairs in the attic, beneath 3 boards that had been made invisible by a preservation ward older than the house, a trunk sat in the dark. In the trunk, a contract with 2 words drying red on it in the dark. Harry Potter. The wax seal, cracked open by his specific hand, lay in 2 pieces on the velvet inside the trunk and glowed faintly in the darkness, the way things glow when something long sealed has finally been opened, when pressure finally finds its release, when something that has been waiting years for the right key feels the lock turn at last. In the morning, Harry woke early as he always did. Early rising was survival, getting to the bathroom before Dudley, getting toast made before Aunt Petunia remembered to make his list of chores, and he lay still for one moment, checking. The voice was there. Quiet, present, like a banked fire. The feeling in his chest from yesterday was there too, the settled home feeling, not louder but not smaller either. It had simply become part of him, the way a scar becomes part of you, except this was warm instead of painful, and his did not remind him of loss. It reminded him of 3 names. Peverell-Merlin-Gryffindor. He pulled on his clothes, Dudley's old ones, enormous, the trousers held up with a bit of rope, and he went to make breakfast, and he was exactly the same to look at as he had been yesterday morning. Small. Underfed. Hair that wouldn't lie flat. Eyes too large for his face behind taped glasses that had been broken and rebroken. But the cupboard, when he left it, seemed to exhale. Like the space itself had been holding something very large on very small shoulders for a very long time and had just been relieved of the weight. Aunt Petunia was standing at the kitchen counter with her coffee, still in her robe, looking out at the garden. She didn't look at him when he came in. That was normal. He moved to the bread bin, got out 4 slices, put them in the toaster, and was reaching for the eggs when she said, without turning around, "Don't touch those. Those are for your uncle." Normal. Perfectly normal. Same as every morning. Harry stood at the counter and looked at his aunt's rigid back and the grip of her hands around her mug and thought, clearly and without particular heat, "You knew. You knew what I was, and you decided this was acceptable anyway." He thought it. He filed it. He didn't say it. Not yet. He was 7 years old, and he had just become something that hadn't existed in 1,000 years, and he had all the time in the world, and more importantly he had 4 years before any of this needed to crack open into the daylight, and 4 years, he thought as his toast popped up, was a long time to learn things. "Death," he said silently, in the back of his mind where the voice lived. Death said. "What should I start with?" A pause. A considering pause. The kind that meant Death was genuinely thinking about pedagogical sequencing, which was not something Harry had expected Death to care about but which somehow made perfect sense. "Latin," Death said finally. "And then the theory of magical structures. And then I want you to read the contract again, the upper sections, the ones you couldn't understand. I'll translate as you go." "Latin," Harry said. "Magic is a language before it is anything else," Death said. "The words are the bones. Power without structure is just noise. You are going to be the most powerful magical practitioner Britain has seen since Merlin. You are going to do that properly or not at all." Harry ate his 2 pieces of toast. He washed his plate. He swept the kitchen floor without being asked, and he fed Aunt Petunia's roses with the correct amount of plant food, and he did every single thing he was supposed to do that day, quietly and efficiently and invisibly. And in the back of his mind, Death began to teach him Latin. It started with individual words and their roots, the way the roots told you what the word meant before you knew the word, the way mort became mortal became mortis became a dozen other things that all pointed at the same essential concept. Harry walked the garden and weeded the beds and turned the soil, and in his mind he was somewhere else entirely, somewhere structured and enormous and ancient, laying down foundations. He was small and he was patient and he was hungry, which was nothing new. He was also, quietly and completely and without any drama at all, ready to begin. Chapter 2, 2 years of silence. The summer Harry turned 8, he got better at lying. Not the crude kind of lying, he'd never needed that. The Dursleys had never asked him enough questions to require crude lies. What he got better at was the particular art of being exactly what everyone expected him to be while being something else entirely underneath. It was a skill that required precision and patience, and Harry, who had been practicing patience since before he could name the thing he was practicing, found it came naturally. What nobody at number 4 expected was a child who spent his evenings lying on his cot learning dead languages. They expected sullenness and smallness and the faint air of defeat that they had cultivated in him like a garden, feeding it with neglect and trimming back anything that grew too tall. So that was what they got. Sullen. Small. Apparently defeated. Meanwhile, in the quiet dark of his cupboard, Death was explaining the grammatical structure of classical Latin as it related to the base language of magical theory, and Harry was absorbing it with the focused intensity of someone who had never had a toy or a game or a birthday party and had therefore directed his considerable intelligence entirely toward the only things that had ever been freely available to him, which were books and his own relentlessly working mind. By September he could read the upper sections of the marriage contract. He read them 3 times, very carefully, in the corner of Mrs. Figg's sitting room while she talked about a cat named Tibbles who had, apparently, done something remarkable with a ball of yarn. The Latin was old, older than the Latin he'd been learning, with variations in certain grammatical constructions that Death helped him parse, but the meaning came through clearly enough to make him sit very still for several minutes while Mrs. Figg moved to the kitchen to make tea. The bearer of the triple blood right carries within them the key to 3 domains. The first is dominion over Death's passage, not the power to kill freely but the authority over what moves between the living world and what lies beyond. The second is structural mastery of all magical workings, the ability to see, understand, and undo any enchantment, ward, or curse placed by human hands. The third is sovereignty over magical Britain through the seats and authorities vested in the founding bloodlines, which shall not be contested, diminished, or bargained away without the bearer's express consent. Harry had read that paragraph 4 times before Mrs. Figg came back with the tea. Not the power to kill freely. He'd noticed that. It was specific. The contract was drawing a line between killing and something else, between power as a weapon and power as an authority. He thought about that line for weeks. He turned it over at night, parsing it from different angles the way he parsed everything, and eventually he arrived at what he thought it meant, that he could not unmake lives arbitrarily, but that what Death did, what the passage between living and gone meant, answered to him. If something was dying when it shouldn't be. If something had crossed that boundary illegally. If the rules of Death had been broken. Like they'd been broken on Halloween, 11 years ago, in a village called Godric's Hollow. Voldemort split his soul, Harry said one evening in October, lying on his cot with the contract resting on his chest. Outside his cupboard, the Dursleys were watching television and Dudley was shouting because someone had scored against his team. That's how he survived, isn't it? He split it and hid pieces of it. Death was quiet for a moment. Where did you hear about that? I didn't. I worked it out. Harry stared at the underside of the stairs. He killed my parents and it didn't finish him, and the stories all say he was gone but not dead, and there are ways to survive death in magical theory that aren't the Hallows, and soul magic is the oldest kind, and splitting a soul to anchor yourself to life is the kind of thing someone utterly desperate would do. He paused. How many pieces? 7, Death said quietly. He intended 6, made 6 deliberately, and the 7th was made by accident on the night he came to your house. The killing curse rebounding off your mother's protection tore a fragment loose and it attached to the only living vessel available. The cupboard was very quiet. Me, Harry said. Yes. Harry lay still and thought about having a piece of Voldemort's soul inside him. He examined the thought the way he examined most things, directly, without flinching, with the practical eye of someone who had grown up knowing that looking away from unpleasant facts accomplished nothing except letting them get larger. That's why I can do things sometimes, he said. Things I shouldn't be able to do. I thought it was just the blood right, but it's also, both, Death said. The Horcrux inside you doesn't diminish your power. It's parasitic, but a parasite on an ocean is a very small problem. What it does is occasionally blur the line between your mind and what's left of Voldemort's. You may have dreams. You may feel things that aren't yours. I've been having dreams, Harry said. Since I can remember. A green light. A woman screaming. He paused. That's my mum. Yes. Right. He folded his hands on the contract. The Horcrux needs to be removed. Eventually. Before I get to Hogwarts. I don't want it inside me when I'm at school. He said it with the same tone he used to discuss Latin verb conjugations. This is a problem. Problems have solutions. Let's find the solution. Can you help me with that? Not from where I am, Death said. The tools for that exist, but the method requires a specific ritual and a basilisk venom or something of equivalent magical corrosion. The issue is not tools, it's timing. Removing a Horcrux from a living person is dangerous. Survivable, Death corrected, which was not quite the same thing and they both knew it. If done correctly. I'll walk you through the theory. When the time comes, you'll be ready. Harry nodded once, to himself in the dark, and moved on. That was the other thing the 2 years taught him, the ability to register a large problem, set it in the correct mental drawer, and continue functioning without being crushed by it. Some children might have spiraled that there is a fragment of the world's most dangerous dark wizard lodged in your scar. Harry filed it under things to deal with at the appropriate time and went back to reading about the history of the Wizengamot. Because that was the other thing he'd decided. The contract said sovereignty over magical Britain through the seats and authorities vested in the founding bloodlines. He'd looked up what that meant, practically speaking, in Mrs. Figg's books about wizarding history and law. She had several, dry volumes with titles like A History of Magical Governance and the Ancient Houses, Blood, Law and Legacy that she'd inherited from someone and never read and that Harry had read cover to cover by November. What it meant, practically speaking, was that he had a claim to 3 seats on the Wizengamot, the magical governing body. Peverell was defunct as a family name, but the seat survived dormant, waiting for someone to claim it. Merlin had established a seat during his time advising kings, a magical law seat, and it too had sat empty for centuries. Gryffindor's seat was held by the Dumbledore family currently in proxy, which was interesting and not entirely comfortable, and had been for decades. 3 seats meant 3 votes in the most powerful legal body in Wizarding Britain. 3 seats meant the ability to introduce legislation, to block it, to challenge ministerial decisions, to demand inquiries. 3 seats, in the right political moment, meant the ability to fundamentally alter the shape of wizarding society. Harry was 8 years old and had never been to a school play or a birthday party or a proper Christmas dinner. He was thinking about reforming the Wizengamot. He thought Death was probably pleased about this, though Death's expression of pleasure was dry enough that it required careful interpretation. You're going to have to be careful, Death said one night in February, while sleet hissed against the small grate of the cupboard. Not about what you're planning, your plans are sound. About people. The wizarding world has spent a decade mourning and then celebrating and then adjusting, and it has built a version of you in that time. The boy who lived. The savior. The symbol. I know, Harry said. They'll try to put that version of you on top of the real one. Like a mask. They can try, Harry said, without particular heat but with very particular firmness. Some of them will be kind people who mean well, Death said. That makes it harder to resist than the ones who mean badly. Harry thought about that. You're talking about Dumbledore. Among others. Dumbledore intercepted my mum's instruction to send me the trunk. He knew what I was supposed to have and he kept it from me. Harry's voice was even. I know he had reasons. I know he probably thought he was protecting me. I also know that 7 years in a cupboard is 7 years in a cupboard regardless of the reasons the person who put you there had. A pause. He doesn't get to be forgiven because he meant well. He gets to be evaluated on what he did. Death said nothing, which Harry had come to understand meant yes, and you're handling this better than most would. Spring of the year Harry turned 9 was when things started moving faster. He'd found a book at a jumble sale. Aunt Petunia had taken him along because she needed someone to carry bags and she could pretend to have a child she was treating normally for the duration of the market, and between the battered Agatha Christie's and the stacks of Reader's Digest, he'd found a slim green book with no title on the spine. He'd felt the tingle of it from 3 feet away, a magical object hidden inside a Muggle cover, and he'd palmed it with the ease of someone who had had 2 years of very focused practice not attracting attention. The book was a primer on wandless magic, hand-copied in a cramped but precise script, clearly personal notes rather than a published text. The previous owner had been meticulous and careful and had understood theory well, and their notes filled the margins with cross-references and observations. At the back, tucked inside the cover, was a folded piece of paper that turned out to be a handwritten letter addressed to no one, dated in the early 1970s. If anyone finds this, it said, magic is not the wand. The wand is a focus. A crutch we use because raw magic is harder to control than focused magic and we'd rather have reliable small than unreliable large. But the magic is in us first. Always in us first. The wand only points it. The letter was unsigned. Harry read it 4 times and then kept it folded inside the front cover of the book, which he put at the bottom of his rucksack under his school things. Wandless magic was not, as it turned out, beyond him. The difficult part about wandless magic was not the raw ability. Harry had been doing wandless magic since before he had a name for it, every time he'd appeared on a roof or regrown his hair, but the intention. Directing it. Shaping it. The primer explained that wandless magic operated on structured intent, which meant the practitioner needed to know exactly what they wanted to happen and exactly how they wanted it to happen. Vague want produced vague results. Precise intent produced precise results. Harry had, by this point, spent 2 years learning the precise language in which magic was structured. He had Latin, basic and then increasingly complex. He had the theoretical framework Death had given him, the understanding of magic as a language of intention-given structure. He had, as of his 9th birthday, a working grasp of 12 fundamental magical principles that most Hogwarts students never learned explicitly because Hogwarts taught them spells rather than the thing that made spells possible. The first time he deliberately and precisely performed wandless magic, he was in the garden. Aunt Petunia had put him to work deadheading her roses and he was moving along the bed with a small pair of garden shears and he reached a stem where a dying bloom was just beyond his reach and he thought, with great clarity and specificity, fall. Not as a wish. As a statement. As an instruction delivered in the language he'd been learning, shaped in the structure he'd been building. He felt the intent leave him like pressure from a released valve and the bloom dropped neatly from the stem and landed on the soil. He looked at it for a moment. Good, Death said. I barely felt that, Harry said quietly, under his breath. That's because you barely needed to try. Death's tone was even but there was something underneath it. Most witches and wizards would have had to concentrate quite hard for that. You directed a precise magical instruction with no focused tool and negligible effort. You understand what that means. It means I have a high natural power level, Harry said. It means you have a very high natural power level, which the triple bloodrite amplifies further, which the elder wand in the trunk upstairs amplifies further still when you choose to use it. Harry. Death paused in a way that meant something was being said carefully. Be thoughtful. Not cautious, I'm not asking you to be cautious. Be thoughtful. Power without thought is just weather. Storms don't build anything. Harry picked up the dropped bloom and put it in the rubbish bucket. I know. You know the principle. You haven't had the experience of it going wrong yet, which is different. Then I'll make sure it doesn't go wrong, Harry said, which was not arrogance, or not only arrogance. It was the calm statement of someone who had decided, with full deliberateness, to be worth the power they carried. Summer came and went and Harry practiced. He practiced at night in his cupboard with a candle, learning to light it and extinguish it and change the color of its flame with nothing but intention shaped into structure. He practiced in the garden, learning the feel of different types of magic, the push-pull of physical effects, the subtler more intimate workings of what Death called liminal magic, the things that sat at the boundary between states. He learned to feel the edges of the Dursleys' wards, the old blood protection Dumbledore had set, and trace its structure the way a blind person traces a face. He didn't touch the Elder Wand again. Not yet. He had a philosophy about this, which he'd arrived at over several nights of careful thought. He wanted to understand his own magic before he layered anything else on top of it. The wand was extraordinary and it was his, and he would use it when the time was right and the time was not yet right. He'd know when it was. The cloak he used once, experimentally, on a Saturday afternoon when the Dursleys were out at one of Dudley's friends' houses and Harry had the place to himself for 3 hours. He put it on in the attic and sat under it for a while, feeling the quality of the invisibility. It wasn't just an optical illusion, wasn't just bending light, it was something closer to an absence. You didn't become hard to see under the cloak. You became genuinely not there in some meaningful way that Harry couldn't articulate but could feel, a kind of removal from the surface of things that went deeper than visibility. It hides you from death, he said, sitting cross-legged on the attic floor with the cloak pooled in his lap, its edge making him invisible from the waist down. From most things, Death agreed. From me, no. You are never hidden from me, and the cloak knows that, it doesn't try. Good, Harry said. I wouldn't want it to. He put it back and replaced the floorboards. The stone he was more careful with. He'd touched it once and felt the layered presences at the edge of his perception, the dead pressing close, ready to respond. He didn't open that door again yet. Not because he was afraid of it, but because he understood that some doors, once opened, changed the person who opened them, and he wanted to understand himself better before he changed himself. He was patient. He'd always been patient. School was easy. It had always been easy, but it was a different kind of easy now. He wasn't just ahead of the material, he was so far above it that the classes felt like being asked to solve single-digit addition when he'd already independently derived calculus. He was careful not to show it, mostly, making deliberate small errors in his schoolwork because Dudley attended the same school and Dudley had made it very clear very early that if Harry did better than him on anything there would be consequences that Aunt Petunia would attribute to Harry's bad behavior rather than Dudley's. But he passed his year comfortably and his teacher wrote on his report that he was a quiet boy with excellent attention to detail and strong analytical skills, which Aunt Petunia read and set down without comment and Uncle Vernon grunted at and Harry tucked into his memory as the first independent confirmation that what he thought about himself, that he was smart, genuinely smart, in ways that the cupboard had not diminished, was true. The summer before Hogwarts, when Harry was 9 going on 10, was the summer he decided to go to Gringotts. He'd been planning it since February. The contract gave him vault access, the phrasing was explicit, all assets, holdings, and properties of the 3 recognized bloodlines revert to the bearer upon recognition, but the vaults were in Gringotts, in London, and Harry was 9 and had no money and no way of getting to London under normal circumstances. Under abnormal circumstances, however. Walk me through the Floo network, he said to Death one night. You want to use Mrs. Figg's fireplace. She won't mind. She won't know. Harry paused. She leaves her window unlocked on Saturdays. I'll be back in 2 hours. The Floo network requires powder, Death said. She keeps it in a blue pot on the mantelpiece, Harry said. I've seen it. I assumed that's what it was. A pause. You've been cataloging her fireplace for when you needed it. I've been cataloging everything for when I needed it. Harry said it without particular pride, just accuracy. I've been doing that since I could see over the counter. That's not special. That's just paying attention. Most people don't pay that quality of attention. Most people don't need to. He thought about it practically. The goblins won't turn me away. The Bloodright will read to them the way it reads, they deal in old magic, they'll know what I am. But I need to be there in person for the formal claim. You do, Death agreed. And you need a key for your trust vault, which Dumbledore holds. He holds a key, Harry said. The trust vault is mine. But the ancestral vaults, the Peverell vault, the Potter vault and its older holdings, those are sealed to bloodline only. No key required. Silence, and then, you've been researching goblin banking law. Mrs. Fig has a book, Harry said. She has books on everything. I don't think she's read most of them. The goblins, Death said, will be very interested in you. I want you to be prepared for that. They are not sentimental, but they respect old blood and old agreements, and the Peverell accounts have been sitting with them for 7 centuries. They take long-term financial relationships seriously. Good, Harry said. So do I. The following Saturday, Harry climbed through Mrs. Fig's unlocked window at 7 in the morning, left a careful note on her kitchen table apologizing for the flu powder and promising to replace it, and stepped into her fireplace. He'd never used flu before. He'd read about it, understood the mechanics of it: clear destination, step in, speak clearly, don't lean. He stood in the fireplace in his 2 large clothes with his hair all over the place and his taped glasses and his absolute certainty, and he dropped the powder and said, "Diagon Alley," in a voice that didn't waver, and the world turned green and spun. He came out of the fireplace in the leaky cauldron in a controlled stumble, caught himself on the mantelpiece, and straightened his glasses. The pub was nearly empty at this hour. A few patrons nursing morning drinks, a witch reading a newspaper, the landlord behind the bar who looked up and saw a small scruffy child emerge from his fireplace and said, "You all right there, son?" "Fine, thank you," Harry said pleasantly, and walked through to the back entrance with the confidence of someone who had read about the brick sequence and was absolutely certain they had it right. He did have it right. The wall opened. Diagon Alley in early morning was quieter than he expected but still alive, shopkeepers opening shutters, an owl delivery swooping past, the smell of something baking from somewhere nearby. Harry walked it with his chin up and his hands in his pockets and his eyes taking everything in with the same methodical quality they applied to everything. He found Gringotts at the end of the alley, white and vast and faintly ridiculous in the way that things are when they are trying very hard to be impressive, and he walked up the steps and through the doors. The goblins behind the counters were busy. Harry stood in the entrance hall and took in the cavernous space, the marble floors, the chandeliers, the dozens of goblins bent over ledgers, and then he walked to the nearest counter and waited. The goblin at this counter was elderly and focused and didn't look up for a full 30 seconds. When he did, he looked at Harry with the expression goblins wore for everyone, which was a combination of professional neutrality and faint contempt. "I need to speak with someone in the Ancestral Accounts Division," Harry said. "My name is Harry Potter, and I'm here to claim the Peverell blood right." The goblin's expression didn't change. But his eyes went very still in the way that things go still when something significant has happened and a professional is deciding how to respond to it. "One moment," the goblin said. He was back in less than a minute with an older goblin Harry hadn't seen enter. This one wore different robes, darker, and moved with the deliberate quality of seniority. He looked at Harry for a long moment from across the counter. "You have evidence of the blood right?" the goblin said. Harry reached into his shirt and pulled out the contract. He'd been carrying it against his skin since the morning he'd decided to come here. He put it on the counter. The senior goblin looked at it without touching it. Then he reached beneath the counter and produced a small silver instrument, which he held near the contract. The instrument spun once, rapidly, and chimed. Something shifted in the senior goblin's posture. Not much. Goblins were not given to theatrical reactions. But the quality of the attention he directed at Harry changed in a way Harry recognized. It was the quality of someone who has just discovered they are in a different kind of meeting than the one they expected. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said. "If you'll follow me." They went through a door behind the counters that Harry suspected most visitors to Gringotts never saw, down a hallway hung with portraits of goblins and artifacts and maps of something that might have been a mine and might have been something else entirely, into a room that was smaller and quieter and furnished with actual chairs. The goblin sat across a table from Harry and looked at him with steady dark eyes. "My name is Ragnarok," the goblin said. "I am the chief account manager for Dormant Ancestral Holdings." The Peverell account has been dormant for 147 years. The last holder of the blood right was a woman named Eudora Peverell-Pruitt, who died without claiming the formal recognition. The account passed to custodial holding per the terms of the original agreement, to be held until a recognized heir presented. He paused. "You are that heir." "I know," Harry said. "You are also, according to this contract, the recognized heir to the Merlin Working Compact and the Gryffindor sole claim." "Yes." Ragnock studied him. "You are 9 years old." "I'm aware. The formal claim to all 3 blood rights simultaneously would give you 3 Wisengamot seats, a degree of political authority that," he stopped. Started again. "It has not happened in the history of the Gringotts records. We have records going back 7 centuries. "I know," Harry said again. "I've read the relevant portions of Goblin banking law as it pertains to blood right claims. I know what the claim means legally and politically. I'm not here because I was surprised by the contract. I'm here because the claim needs to be made formally and Gringotts is the correct venue for the formal recognition." He looked at Ragnock steadily. "I'd also like to know the full inventory of the Peverell holdings, please. And the Potter family holdings beyond the trust vault, which I understand are also substantial." Ragnock looked at him for another long moment. Then he said something in gobbledygook, a brief sentence directed at the corner of the room, and a junior goblin appeared from a door Harry hadn't noticed and scurried out. "The inventory will take some time to compile," Ragnock said. "The Peverell holdings are extensive. The Potter family holdings in the secondary vaults are, also considerable. Your parents were wealthy, Mr. Potter. Their joint holdings put the Potter family among the top 5 wealthiest in Wizarding Britain." Harry thought about his cupboard. About rope-tied trousers and 2 pieces of toast for breakfast. About 7 years of just small enough to get into the corners properly. He kept his face even. "Good," he said. "I'll need the full accounting. And I'll need to discuss the legal mechanism for formally claiming the Wisengamot seats. Not now. When I turn 11 and reach the magical majority threshold for political claims." He paused. "The seats will wait. They've waited this long. The Wisengamot seats," Ragnock said carefully, "will require notification to the current proxy holder of the Gryffindor seat." "Dumbledore," Harry said. "Yes. That notification can wait until I'm ready for it to happen," Harry said. "Is there a legal mechanism to delay the formal notification without invalidating the claim?" Ragnock looked at him with something that was very nearly appreciation. "There is. A formal claim can be registered in private with Gringotts and held in confidential record for up to 3 years before public notification is legally required." "Then that's what I want," Harry said. "Formal registration now. Public notification when I decide." The meeting took 4 hours. At the end of it, Harry walked back out through the white marble entrance hall with a small Gringotts key on a chain around his neck, his own, for the Peverell vault, to which Ragnock had given him access given his recognized blood right status, and a folded summary of holdings so extensive that he'd had to work to keep his expression neutral while reading it. The Potter family fortune, in full. The Peverell ancestral wealth, 7 centuries of accumulated assets. The magical law holdings tied to the Merlin Compact, including properties and artifacts and a private library that Ragnock had mentioned almost as an afterthought and that had made Harry's hands still on the page. Merlin's private library. He walked back up Diagon Alley in the mid-morning sunshine and he thought about that library with the focused, reverent attention he gave to all books, which was considerable and in this case was close to overwhelming, because Merlin's private library was, by any reasonable magical historical account, the single most significant collection of magical knowledge ever assembled by one person in the history of the world. He stopped at a bookshop because he couldn't help it. Flourish and Blots was open and warm and smelled of old paper in the way that made something in Harry's chest loosen slightly, the way it always did around books. He walked the shelves for 20 minutes and pulled out a copy of Advanced Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, which Death had mentioned twice as foundational, and a thin volume on the history of the Wisengamot that he hadn't found in Mrs. Figg's collection. He paid for them with coins from the small cash advance Ragnarok had arranged from the Peverell vault, a modest sum, appropriate for a 9-year-old, enough to not attract attention, and he tucked them into his rucksack. Going home in the flue felt different from going out. Not because the journey was different but because he was. He stepped out of Mrs. Figg's fireplace, straightened his glasses, replaced the flue powder with the amount he'd estimated he'd used, folded his note and pocketed it, and climbed back out through the window with his rucksack over his shoulder, dropping silently into the garden. He was back at number 4 by 9:30. Aunt Petunia was still in her robe with her coffee. Uncle Vernon was watching weekend television. Dudley was asleep. Harry put his rucksack in his cupboard and went to make everyone's breakfast like it was any Saturday, because it was, from the outside, exactly like any Saturday. "Well done," Death said. "They had a portrait of a goblin king in that hallway," Harry said, cracking eggs. "Early 15th century, based on the style of the frame." "He was looking at me the whole way down." "He was," Death agreed. "He recognized the contract. He's been waiting for the blood right to be claimed since before he died." Harry thought about that, about a goblin king in a portrait watching the hallways of Gringotts for centuries waiting for something that had finally arrived in the form of a scruffy 9-year-old with taped glasses and rope-tied trousers. "Tell me more about Merlin's library," he said, keeping his voice down because the eggs were done and he had to take Uncle Vernon his plate. "That," Death said, with what was genuinely unmistakable warmth, "is going to take considerably more than one morning." "Good," Harry said. "I've got time." He didn't smile. But the corner of his mouth moved, in the kitchen of number 4, Privet Drive, while the morning sun came through the window and lay in clean bars across the floor and the television muttered from the other room and Harry Potter stood at the counter with scrambled eggs and the deed to Merlin's private library and 2 years of very quiet, very deliberate preparation behind him. He had exactly 1 year until the Hogwarts letter came. 1 year to finish what he'd started and be ready for what came after. He was almost ready now. Almost. Chapter 3, What Goblins Remember. The Hogwarts letter arrived on a Tuesday. Harry knew it was coming, had known for months in the abstract way he knew most things, through research and logic and Death's occasional confirmations, but knowing something is coming and having it arrive are different experiences, and when the owl tapped its beak against the kitchen window at breakfast and Aunt Petunia made a sound like she'd been punched and Uncle Vernon's face cycled through approximately 4 colors in 3 seconds, Harry felt something shift in his chest that wasn't quite excitement and wasn't quite relief and was possibly both things occupying the same space. He opened the window himself before either of them could react. The owl held out its leg with the professional indifference of a postal worker who had seen everything and was unmoved by all of it. Harry untied the letter, gave the owl a piece of his toast, it accepted this with dignity, and set the envelope on the table. Mr. H. Potter, The Cupboard Under the Stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He looked at the address for a moment. Then at his aunt, whose thin hands were gripping the edge of the counter so hard her knuckles had gone white. "I need school supplies," Harry said. "I'll need to go to Diagon Alley." Petunia said nothing. Her mouth was a flat line. "I've already arranged the finances," Harry continued pleasantly, which was true. Ragnarok had helped him set up a small accessible account the previous year, separate from the trust vault, drawn from the Peverell holdings, sufficient for school supplies and then some. "I just need to get there. I can go on my own." "You are 11 years old," Uncle Vernon said, his voice doing the thing where it tried to establish authority through volume alone. "Yes," Harry agreed. "You are not going to London on your own." "Then someone will need to take me," Harry said, "because I do need to go." He looked at his uncle steadily. He'd been practicing this particular look for 2 years, not defiant, not aggressive, just utterly immovable in the way that a wall is immovable, not because it's fighting you but because it is simply there. "I've been accepted to a school. I need supplies for that school. Neither of those things is negotiable." The silence that followed was the kind that usually preceded Uncle Vernon saying something loud and unpleasant, but Harry had been watching people for 4 years now with the careful attention of someone learning a language, and he could read Vernon Dursley like large print text at this point. Vernon wanted a fight and didn't have the ground for one. Petunia knew more than she'd ever said, and it was sitting behind her flat expression like water behind a dam. "Fine," Petunia said, very quietly, to the window. Vernon looked at her. "Petunia, fine," she said again, and that was the end of that particular conversation. Harry went to Diagon Alley with Aunt Petunia on a Thursday, which was the day she preferred for errands because it was least crowded. She walked through the leaky cauldron with her arms crossed and her eyes forward and the expression of someone being marched through enemy territory, and the moment they stepped into the alley proper something happened to her posture, a subtle but total contraction, like she was trying to take up less space in a world she'd been told wasn't hers. Harry noticed it, filed it away with the precise label grief, and said nothing. They separated almost immediately, which was what Harry had been counting on. Petunia found the entrance to Diagon Alley profoundly uncomfortable and was only too happy to wait at the mouth of it while Harry got his things, which he could apparently do himself, which suited everyone. He did not, in fact, go straight to get his things. He went to Gringotts. Ragnarok was expecting him. Harry had sent a note through the owl post from Mrs. Figgs, addressed to Chief Account Manager, Gringotts, Ancestral Accounts Division, which was not a typical way to correspond with a goblin bank but which had received a reply within 24 hours in the form of a very small and very formal note confirming the appointment. The goblins, Harry had found, appreciated precision and directness in roughly equal measure, and he had worked to give them both. The meeting today was for two things. First, the formal registration of all 3 blood right claims in Gringotts' sealed record, which they had discussed in principle last year but which required Harry to be 11 and in receipt of his Hogwarts letter to be legally actionable. Ragnarok produced 3 documents, each bound in the respective seal of the blood right in question, and Harry signed them with a quill that pricked his finger for the blood signature. He did it without flinching. Second, access to a specific item from the Peverell Ancestral Vault. "The vault has not been opened in 147 years, Ragnarok said, as they descended in one of the mine carts through tunnels that were significantly deeper than the tourist-level vaults. The cart moved fast and the air was cold and Harry held the side rail and watched the walls blur past and thought about Eudora Peverell-Pruitt, the last bearer, and wondered what she had been like. "What's in it?" Harry asked. "We don't inventory ancestral vaults," Ragnarok said. "It would be inappropriate. The contents belong entirely to the blood right holder." The vault door was not like the other vault doors Harry had seen on the way down. Those were stone and iron, solid and unornamented. This one was black metal with a surface that moved, not liquid, not quite, but the sort of movement you see in a deep pool when something stirs far beneath the surface. In the center of it was a single symbol, a triangle containing a circle, bisected by a vertical line. The Deathly Hallows symbol. Harry placed his palm flat on it and felt the familiar returning home sensation, and the door swung open on its own. The vault was large. Not Gringotts dramatically large, not the cavernous theatrical enormity of a Hollywood imagination, just a stone room, perhaps 30 feet across, lit by a sourceless warm light that came from the walls themselves, and inside it a carefully organized collection of things that had been waiting a very long time. Books. Dozens of them, shelved on stone, sealed behind a preservation charm that Harry could feel, a faint shimmer across each spine. Artifacts on a low stone table, each on its own cloth, each carrying the unmistakable density of genuine power. Correspondence, bundled and tied, in stacks. A locked box of dark wood that Harry looked at and immediately decided to leave alone for now because whatever was in it was radiating something that required more understanding than he currently had. And in the corner, on a stand of its own, a ring. It was the resurrection stone, set in a band of dark gold, and it was different from the loose stone in his mum's trunk. This was the original, the artifact as Cadmus Peverell had received it, in its setting, and the moment Harry looked at it the room felt fuller. Not frightening. Just populated. "I'll need a bag," Harry said. Ragnarok produced one without comment. Harry had come to deeply appreciate Ragnarok's complete absence of unnecessary reaction. He took 6 of the books, selecting carefully, reading the spines, cross-referencing against what Death had told him about the Peverell library. He left the rest. He took one artifact from the table, a flat disc of silver inscribed with runes that Death identified quietly as a ward-reading instrument, something that could decode the structure of any protective enchantment laid over a building or person within range. He left the ring on its stand, because the stone in the trunk was sufficient and he wasn't ready to invite that much conversation with the dead in one go. He was back in the main hall of Gringotts within the hour. The notification, Harry said to Ragnarok, at the desk, while the junior goblin processed the final paperwork. The formal public notification of the blood-right claims. I want it sent on September the 1st. Ragnarok looked up. Specifically, when the Hogwarts Express departs from King's Cross. That's when I want the notification sent to the Wizengamot, to the Daily Prophet, and to the relevant proxy holders. Harry folded the receipt for his vault visit. By the time anyone who wants to react can react, I'll be at Hogwarts. Which is the safest location in Britain outside of Gringotts itself. Ragnarok studied him with the long, considering attention of someone recalculating a previously held estimation. You understand that the notification will cause significant political disruption. Yes, Harry said. That's the point. If it happens while I'm sitting in a compartment on the Hogwarts Express, surrounded by witnesses, the disruption happens in the open. Anyone who wants to contest the claims or make trouble has to do it through formal channels, through the Wizengamot, which takes time, which gives me time to establish myself at Hogwarts before anyone arrives in person to be difficult. There will be a number of people who are very unhappy, Ragnarok said. There are already a number of people who have been very unhappy with me for years, Harry said. At least now they'll have a real reason. He picked up his paperwork. September 1st. 8 o'clock in the morning. He left Gringotts and bought his school supplies without incident. He was methodical about it, school robes first, fitted properly for the first time in his life instead of inherited from Dudley's larger friends, and the tailor who measured him was a small cheerful witch who asked no questions and made him 3 sets in the correct size. Cauldron, scales, telescope, standard kit. Then the bookshop, where he bought everything on the standard list and then stood for 20 minutes in the advanced section looking at things the first-year list didn't include. He bought 4 extra books. He paid for them without looking at the prices, which was a new experience and one he allowed himself to feel for a moment, the simple uncomplicated freedom of being able to get what he needed, before pocketing the change and moving on. The wand was last. Ollivander's was the kind of shop that felt as though it had been there since before the street around it, a narrow place with dusty windows and that particular quality of ancient things that had been in one location long enough to become part of its geography. The bell above the door made a sound that was quieter than it should have been, like sound itself was being polite. The old man appeared from between shelves before Harry had taken 3 steps inside. Ollivander moved the way people move when they've been doing something for so long it has become entirely natural, unhurried and purposeful simultaneously. Harry Potter, Ollivander said. Not a question. Not a greeting, exactly. More like a notation. He looked at Harry with those unsettling silver eyes that seemed to be measuring something behind the surface of him. I wondered when you'd come in. I need a wand, Harry said. Everyone who comes in here needs a wand. The interesting question is which wand needs them. Ollivander circled him once, peering at him in the particular way of his profession. Give me your wand hand. Harry held out his right hand. Ollivander measured it, and his arms, and then went into the shelves and came back with a box and opened it and the wand inside was, no. Ollivander frowned. Another box. No. 3 more boxes in quick succession, each tried and set aside with the polite efficiency of someone going through a process they'd done 10,000 times but finding something new in it. Interesting, Ollivander murmured, to himself rather than Harry. Very interesting. The usual suspects are not cooperating. He disappeared into the shelves more deeply and was gone long enough that Harry looked around the shop at the stacked boxes and thought about the elder wand in the trunk at home, about the hum it had made when he touched it, about whether it was telling him something about this process or just commenting on it. Ollivander came back with a single box, dark wood rather than the pale ones, and opened it with slightly more care than he'd opened the others. The wand inside was 11 inches, holly, with a core of phoenix feather. Harry knew about this wand. He'd read about it. He knew what it was before he picked it up, and he picked it up anyway, because the alternative was pretending he didn't know things he knew, and he'd decided that was not, in general, how he wanted to operate. The warmth that moved through him when his fingers closed around the holly wand was different from the elder wand's hum. The elder wand was a statement, vast and certain and ancient. This was a conversation. A question and an answer happening simultaneously. It felt like the magical equivalent of a voice he recognized, like the first chord of a piece of music he'd always known but never heard played out loud. Curious, Ollivander said softly. Very curious. The phoenix who gave this feather, Harry said. He knew this too. It gave only one other feather. Yes, Ollivander said, looking at him with those measuring eyes. You know the story. I know the implication, Harry said. The wand that killed my parents was this wand's twin. He set it down on the counter. He wasn't being dramatic about it, just factual. Does that concern you? Ollivander looked at him for a long moment. Most children who receive this wand would find that rather alarming. Most children aren't in the position I'm in, Harry said pleasantly. He picked the wand up again and felt the same warm certainty. I'll take it. He paid for the wand and tucked it inside his new robe and walked back through Diagon Alley to where Aunt Petunia was waiting with the rigid posture and closed face she'd maintained all morning. She looked at the bags. At his new robes. At the wand box visible through the top of one of the bags. Ready? Harry asked. She turned and walked back into the leaky cauldron without answering, and Harry followed. The month between Diagon Alley and September 1st was the strangest of Harry's life, which was saying something given the competition. He spent it reading. He'd brought the books from the Peverell vault home in the Gringotts bag, which had a modest expansion charm on it, and he read them at night in his cupboard by the light of a small persistent flame he held above the page with 2 fingers, absolutely no wand required. The books were extraordinary. 3 of them were theoretical texts, 2 in Latin and 1 in a language that was neither Latin nor English, but that Death walked him through with the patient attention of a very old tutor who had been waiting for a student smart enough to bother. The 4th was a journal. Small, dark-covered, written in a hand that was thin and precise and marginally illegible in places where the writer had been moving fast. It was Ignotus Peverell's personal journal. Harry read it in one night, start to finish, cross-legged on his cot with the flame above his head and the cupboard so quiet he could hear his own heartbeat. It was not what he had expected. He'd expected something grand, a powerful man's account of great deeds and magical discoveries. What he got was a human being's private record, and the distance between those two things was the most affecting gap he'd encountered in his reading life. Ignotus wrote about his brothers with the weary tenderness of someone who loved difficult people. He wrote about the meeting with death the way you write about a conversation that changed you, not dramatically, not with theatrical awe, but with the specific detail of someone who was still processing it years later, still finding new implications, still arguing with themselves about what it had meant. He wrote about his wife with the straightforward depth of someone who had not learned to be guarded about love. He wrote about his daughter, to whom he planned to leave the cloak, and about the arrangement he'd made with death and what he hoped it would mean for her. I did not want mastery, he wrote, in a passage near the end that Harry read 3 times. I wanted her to be safe. I wanted my blood to mean something to the thing that ends us all. And what I got was stranger than mastery, I got a conversation. An agreement between equals. And if I have learned anything from this strange immortal correspondent of mine, it is that being equal to something vast does not make you vast. It makes you responsible. There is a significant difference. Harry closed the journal and held it in his hands in the dark and thought about that for a long time. He was right, he said. He usually was, Death agreed. Eventually. He took approximately 15 years to get there on most things, but eventually. Being sovereign doesn't mean being separate, Harry said. It wasn't a new thought, but it had crystallized into something more specific. It means being accountable to something larger than yourself. Not to people who want to control you. To the thing itself. To what matters. Yes, Death said. Dumbledore got that backwards, Harry said. He made himself responsible for everyone and called it accountability, but really he just made everyone dependent on him. That's not accountability. That's control dressed as care. Death was quiet for a moment. That's a sharp reading of a complicated man. I've had a year to think about him, Harry said. I don't hate him. I understand him. Understanding him doesn't make what he did acceptable. He put the journal down. When the notification goes out on September 1st and he finds out about the Gringotts registration, he's going to want to talk to me. Yes. I want to be the one who chooses when that conversation happens, Harry said. On my terms. In my space. Hogwarts is largely his space, Death observed. For now, Harry said. He slept well that night, all things considered. September 1st came the way important days do, indistinguishable from the outside from any other morning until the specific gravity of it hits you somewhere around breakfast. Harry was at King's Cross by 9:30, which was an hour early, because he'd learned that early arrivals see things late arrivals miss. He had a trolley with a trunk and a cage containing an owl he'd purchased the previous week, a small, fierce, amber-eyed bird he'd named Athena, because she watched everything and was clearly smarter than her surroundings. And he was wearing his new robes and his new glasses, a pair he'd bought himself, properly fitting, wire-rimmed, that didn't have a single crack in them. He stood at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 and thought, 8 o'clock this morning, Ragnarok sent the notifications. Meaning the wizarding world had spent the last 90 minutes reading a formal statement from Gringotts confirming that Harry James Potter had formally registered bloodright claims to 3 dormant Wisengamot seats, Peverell, Merlin, and Gryffindor, effective immediately, confirmed by blood registration and goblin law, with full political standing to be activated upon the holder's first formal appearance before the Wisengamot. He wondered what Dumbledore's face had looked like. He walked through the barrier. Platform 9 3/4 was everything the books had suggested and several things they hadn't, the noise, the steam, the crush of families and trunks and owls and cats, the particular quality of controlled chaos that only happens in places where something exciting is genuinely about to occur. Harry stood at the edge of it and let himself have a moment of something uncomplicated, which was the simple pleasure of being somewhere new, somewhere his life was about to change in ways that had been earned and not just inherited. Athena ruffled her feathers and looked at the crowd with professional contempt. I agree, Harry told her, and moved to find a compartment. He found one near the front of the train, empty, and stowed his trunk and settled in with a book and Athena on the seat beside him and watched the platform through the window as it filled and then, at 11 o'clock exactly, as the train pulled away from it and London receded and the country opened up. He was reading about the history of the Wisengamot, specifically the voting record of the past 50 years, which Ragnarok had provided as a sealed document, and which Harry was analyzing with the same methodical attention he applied to everything, when the compartment door slid open. He looked up. A girl stood in the doorway with bushy brown hair and an expression of someone who had been checking every compartment on the train and was mildly out of breath from it. She had a book under her arm and a look in her eye that Harry recognized immediately, the particular bright-edged hunger of someone who has been waiting all their life to be somewhere that took intelligence seriously. Do you mind? She said. Everywhere else is either full or there's a boy doing something unpleasant with a toad. Sit down, Harry said. She came in and sat across from him and looked at the book in his hands, and her expression did the thing that very intelligent people's expressions do when they see something unexpected, which was a brief and total recalibration. That's not on the first-year list, she said. No, Harry agreed. It's not. She looked at him the way she might look at a particularly interesting problem. I'm Hermione Granger. Harry Potter. The name landed, as it always did in the wizarding world, like a small stone dropped in still water. He watched the rings move across her face, recognition, reassessment, curiosity winning out over both. She was quick, he noted. She didn't get stuck on the name the way most people did, as if the name itself was the whole person. She went straight past it to the thing underneath, which was a boy on a train reading advanced political history who had clearly been doing this for a while. The Gringotts announcement, she said. This morning. Everyone's been talking about it. 3 Wisengamot seats. They said it was you. She paused. Is it? Yes, Harry said. She absorbed this with remarkable composure for 11. Then, can I ask you something? You've already asked me several things, Harry pointed out. She didn't look embarrassed by this. Good. How long have you known? About who you are. What you are. Harry considered the question. He had thought, abstractly, about this conversation, the first person to ask him directly, the first real peer encounter. He'd assumed it would be awkward or require managing. It didn't, particularly, because Hermione Granger was asking the way she did everything, which was with genuine interest rather than social maneuvering, and genuine interest was something Harry had so little experience of that he found he didn't want to deflect it. Since I was 7, he said. She stared at him. 7. I found something in an attic. It took a while to understand what it meant and longer to do anything about it. He looked back at his book. For years, mostly. Reading. Learning things. Making certain I knew what I was doing before I did it. That's, she said, and stopped. Started again. That's remarkably composed for a 7-year-old. I was a remarkably composed 7-year-old, Harry said. I didn't have much choice about it. She heard the weight in that, he could tell, because she was the kind of person who heard weight in things. She didn't press it, which he appreciated more than he could say. The compartment door opened again and this time it was a round-faced boy with a toad clutched in both hands and an expression of profound apologetic distress. He looked at them both and said, Sorry, have you seen a toad? I've lost mine. No, Hermione said. Come in anyway, Harry said. Because the boy had the look of someone who had been turned away from enough things in his life that another refusal would just confirm a story he'd been told too many times. Harry knew that look. He'd worn it himself. The boy came in. His name was Neville Longbottom, which Harry knew because he'd read about the Longbottoms in one of the historical texts, about Frank and Alice Longbottom who had been tortured to insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange and her companions after Voldemort's first fall, and who had a son who had grown up with that story hanging over him. Harry looked at Neville Longbottom's round, uncertain face and thought, that boy has been carrying something enormous for 10 years and he carries it quietly. Sit down, Harry said. We'll help you find the toad. Neville sat down with the expression of someone who had been unexpectedly granted something. Hermione immediately produced a spell from a book she'd clearly memorized rather than just read, which successfully located the toad, still on the train, 3 compartments forward, and Harry watched her do it with genuine appreciation. She was good. She was very good. Thank you, Neville said, clutching the toad. Then, looking at Harry, you're Harry Potter. Yes, Harry said. My gran, Neville started, and then stopped, and then, she said you changed things. She said it was about time. He looked at his toad. I think she meant the Wisengamot announcement. She was very pleased about it. What's she like, your gran? Harry asked. Neville blinked, as if the question had surprised him. Formidable, he said finally. Brilliant. Terrifying. She has very strong opinions about most things and she's right about most of them. He paused. I think she wishes I were more like her. You're not? Harry asked. I'm not, I don't know yet, Neville said honestly. I'm better with plants than I am with most magic. I drop things. I forget things. I'm not, he stopped. What you're told you should be, Harry said. Neville looked at him. Yes. That's not the same as what you are, Harry said. The train moved through the English countryside, through fields and hills and eventually the wild stretching north of things, and the three of them talked. Hermione had, it emerged, read all the standard texts twice and several non-standard ones at least once, and had views on the Wisengamot announcement that were specific and informed and largely correct. She'd also read a history of magic cover to cover, which Harry had read in Mrs. Figg's copy, and they argued cheerfully about the accuracy of Bathilda Bagshot's account of the Goblin rebellions for 20 minutes while Neville listened with the expression of someone discovering that a conversation could be something you wanted to be inside rather than just enduring. Harry did not tell them about the Hallows. He did not tell them about death. He told them exactly as much as was necessary to make the conversation real, which was considerably more than he'd told anyone in his life, and which felt strange. Not bad strange. Just unfamiliar. Like a muscle being used for the first time. It was dark by the time the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station and they stepped out onto the platform into the September night air, and Harry looked up and saw Hogwarts for the first time, lit against the dark sky, massive and irregular and alive in the way that things with magic woven through their stone are alive, and he felt it. The castle felt him back. Not metaphorically. The moment he stepped off the train and looked at Hogwarts, something moved in the stones of it, something deep and structural, like a great building becoming aware of a returning occupant. He felt Gryffindor's magic in it, the sole claim the contract described, resonating with the recognition in his chest. He felt the wards, Dumbledore's current lair, and beneath it older layers, and beneath those older still, all the way down to foundations that had been laid by 4 people with very different ideas about what a school was for and who had agreed, once, on enough to build something that lasted. Hermione was saying something about the ceiling in the Great Hall. Neville was trying not to drop his toad. Harry looked at Hogwarts and Hogwarts looked back, and something that had been waiting in the stones of it since the last Gryffindor-blooded child had walked through its doors stirred and recognized and settled. "There you are," the castle said, in a way that wasn't words but was entirely unmistakable. Harry thought, "Here I am." Fur's years, bellowed a voice the size of a small thunderclap, and Harry turned to see a man who appeared to be roughly the size of a garden shed moving through the crowd with a lantern. "Fur's years, this way." Hagrid. Harry knew the name, had read about him, Dumbledore's gamekeeper, half-giant, fiercely loyal and fiercely kind and occasionally catastrophically uncautious. He was looking at Harry with the watery-eyed emotion of someone who had been holding something in for a long time. "Harry Potter," Hagrid said softly, when Harry reached him. "Blimey. You look just like your dad. 'Cept the eyes. Got your mum's eyes." "I've been told," Harry said gently. He let Hagrid look for a moment, because the man clearly needed it, and because genuine grief deserved space. Then Hagrid pulled himself together with a visible effort and got the first years sorted into boats, and they crossed the Black Lake toward the castle, the water perfectly still, the reflections of Hogwarts' lit windows stretching long across the surface. Hermione was in the same boat, leaning forward slightly, cataloguing everything. Neville had both hands on the sides of the boat and his toad in his pocket and was not looking at the water. Harry sat in the prow of the boat and watched Hogwarts come closer and felt the castle's awareness moving around him like a tide, warm and ancient and layered with history, and thought about Ignotus Peverell's journal entry, "Being equal to something vast does not make you vast. It makes you responsible." He thought about the Gringotts notification, spreading through the wizarding world this morning, landing on Dumbledore's desk, landing on ministry desks and Daily Prophet editors and Wisengamot members who had been sitting in their proxy seats for decades without being challenged. He thought about the conversations that were happening right now, in parlors and offices and ministry corridors, about the name Harry Potter and 3 dormant seats and a child no one had managed to properly locate or manage for 4 years. He thought about the sorting, which was about to happen, and about Godric Gryffindor's sole claim in the stones above him. "Nervous?" Hermione asked him, because she was watching him and she was perceptive. "No," Harry said. He meant it. The boats touched the bank and they climbed out and went up the stairs and through the doors, and Hogwarts received them into its warmth and its noise and its great improbable heart, and the enchanted ceiling of the entrance hall rippled once with something that was not a listed weather pattern, something between lightning and aurora, something without a category in Flitwick's meteorological diagrams. And a ghost drifting nearby stopped and turned and stared and then drifted away again very quickly, going to tell someone, going to say something, but what would it say? That the castle had recognized someone? That something old had come home? Harry Potter walked into Hogwarts and the stones knew him and he knew them back, and he was 11 years old and he had been patient for 4 years and the patience was over now, and what came next was not a new beginning. It was the beginning of the part where things actually happened. Chapter 4. The Hat knows the entrance hall of Hogwarts smelled like candle wax and old stone and something indefinably alive, like a forest after rain but compressed into architecture, and the first years were herded into it by Professor McGonagall with the precise efficiency of someone who had done this 40-odd times and had developed strong opinions about dawdling. McGonagall was exactly what Harry had expected from the historical records, sharp-faced, precise, carrying herself with the particular uprightness of someone who had made a permanent decision about their own standards decades ago and had not revisited it since. She gave her speech about the houses with the practiced economy of genuine conviction, not recitation, and Harry listened with attention while Hermione stood beside him memorizing and Neville stood on his other side trying not to look at the floating candles with too much anxiety. The other first years were a mixed collection of nervousness and attempted bravado. Harry had not spoken much during the boat crossing or the entrance hall wait, and he'd noticed in that time that his name was moving through the group in whispers, "That's Harry Potter, the one from the Gringotts announcement," and he'd ignored it with the ease of long practice. The whispers didn't bother him. They were noise around the edges of what actually mattered. What actually mattered was the sorting. He'd thought about it. He knew about the sorting hat, about Gryffindor's sole claim in the castle, about the way his blood right connected to the castle's foundations. He knew which house he would go to, had known for years with the cold certainty of someone who had examined the question from every angle. But knowing was different from the experience, and Harry had learned to respect the difference between those two things. McGonagall led them into the Great Hall. Harry had read about the Great Hall ceiling, Hermione had described it on the boat, but reading and describing were both insufficient preparation for looking up and seeing what appeared to be the actual night sky, stars and cloud and depth, hanging above 4 long tables that stretched the length of a room big enough to swallow his old school gymnasium twice. The candles were everywhere, hundreds of them, and the 4 house tables were loud and bright and full of students craning to look at the newcomers. Harry scanned the staff table once, quickly. Dumbledore sat in the center, white-bearded, watching the first years with an expression that was warm and measuring in equal and complicated proportion. He was looking at them generally in the way of welcome, but when his gaze moved to Harry it paused. Just briefly. An almost imperceptible hesitation before his expression settled back into benevolent welcome. He knows, Harry thought. He knows about the Gringotts notification and he's been waiting all day to see me and he's doing what intelligent people do when they've been surprised, composing himself before the next interaction. Harry met the old man's gaze briefly and then looked away. Not defiantly. Just, finished. He'd noted what he needed to note. Next to Dumbledore was a turbaned figure who radiated the particular quality of someone trying very hard to appear unremarkable. Quirrell. The smell that came from his direction was faint, Harry had to actively concentrate to catch it, but it was there, a rotten wrongness underneath the garlic that most people wouldn't look past. Most people would smell garlic and accept the vampire story and stop investigating. Harry did not stop investigating. He kept his face exactly neutral and filed what he'd found and looked at the rest of the staff table with the same methodical sweep before returning his attention to the stool at the front of the hall, where a worn, patched, deeply ancient hat had just been placed. The hat's brim opened and it sang. Harry listened to the sorting song with genuine interest, not because the content was surprising but because the hat's voice had a quality beneath the rhyme, old, genuinely old, the way the Peverell Journal was old, not an affectation of age but the real thing, something that had been accumulating experience and understanding for 1,000 years and had developed strong views. The hat was intelligent. More intelligent, he suspected, than it was usually given credit for. The sorting began. Names were called alphabetically. Hannah Abbott went to Hufflepuff amid cheers from the table by the windows. Hermione, called as Granger, Hermione, walked to the stool with the composed forward momentum of someone who had decided to be brave about this, and the hat took 4 seconds before announcing Gryffindor, and she came to the table with her chin slightly lifted and an expression of satisfaction that she was trying not to show. Neville went to Gryffindor. The hat took a long time with Neville, longer than with most, and Neville sat under it with his eyes shut very tight and his hands clasped in his lap, and when the hat finally said Gryffindor his exhale was audible from where Harry was standing. He walked to the table on slightly unsteady legs and sat down next to Hermione, who gave him a brief firm nod that was the Hermione equivalent of a hug. Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet. Not gradually, immediately, like a sound someone had switched off. Harry walked to the stool and sat down, and McGonagall placed the hat on his head and it settled over his eyes and the noise of the hall disappeared. What replaced it was a presence. The hat's consciousness, interior and vast and genuinely surprising in its depth. He'd known it was Godric Gryffindor's enchantment, but he hadn't fully understood what that meant until the hat's attention landed on him and he felt the shape of Gryffindor's mind in it, not alive exactly but preserved, the pattern of a remarkable person's thinking embedded in an artifact and running still. "Well," said the hat, and its mental voice was different from its singing voice, quieter, more personal, the way someone sounds when they stop performing and just speak. "I have been doing this for 1012 years and I have never felt anything quite like this." Harry sat with this for a moment. Then, "Good morning." "Good morning," the hat said, with what might have been amusement. "Do you know, most children are terrified right now. There's usually screaming, internally. You're having a conversation." "I've been having conversations with more unusual things than a hat for 4 years, Harry said. "Yes. I can see that." The hat was quiet for a moment, and in that quiet Harry felt it moving through him the way it moved through everyone, reading the architecture of his mind. But then it stopped in a way he suspected it didn't usually stop. The blood right. Yes. The full triple claim. Peverell and Merlin and my maker's line all running in one person. A pause. Godric would have been insufferably pleased about this. Was he the modest type? He was not, the hat said dryly. He was brilliant and brave and generous and loud, and he had the deepest capacity for joy of anyone I've ever carried in my experience, which is considerable. He was also absolutely certain about most things, which was sometimes his best quality and sometimes his worst. Another pause. "You're not like that." "No," Harry agreed. "You're certain too, but you carry the certainty differently. More carefully. You've had to be more careful with it." Harry didn't answer that. It was true enough to be an entire conversation on its own. "Where do you want to go?" the hat asked, and Harry was surprised, because he hadn't expected the hat to ask. He'd expected it to tell him. "Does it usually work like that? You asking?" "Usually I consult," the hat said. "I have the final decision. I see more of a person in 3 minutes than most people see of themselves in a lifetime, but I'm not a tyrant. I take preferences into account." A beat. "I'm asking you specifically because your situation is unusual. You have legitimate claim to be sorted into any house. Every house has something of you. The Slytherin cunning is in you. The Hufflepuff loyalty is in you. The Ravenclaw hunger for knowledge is in you. And Gryffindor?" The hat took a moment. "Gryffindor is in you the way foundations are in a building. Not decorative. Structural. Whatever you build on that." A pause. "But you knew this already." "I've known for 4 years, Harry said. My blood right is tied to Gryffindor's sole claim in this castle. If I sorted into another house it would be incorrect," the hat finished. "Not wrong, exactly. But not true. And you insist on being true, don't you? Even when it's inconvenient." "Especially then," Harry said. "Yes," the hat said. "That's Gryffindor." Its voice shifted slightly, and what came through was something older and more personal, something that wasn't the hat's voice but was the preserved echo of the man whose thinking lived inside it. "Take care of this castle, Harry Potter. It has been waiting for someone who could hear it." "I heard it before I arrived," Harry said. "I know," the hat said, with something warm and quiet and final. "I know you did." Out loud, to the great hall, the hat announced, "Gryffindor." The reaction was unlike any other sorting Harry had witnessed. The Gryffindor table erupted, but so did portions of the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables, and several professors at the staff table reacted visibly, and the overall quality of the hall's noise shifted from enthusiasm to something with more dimensions in it, surprise and recognition, and something close to the feeling of a thing everyone had been waiting for finally arriving. Harry took the hat off, handed it to McGonagall, who was looking at him with an expression that had complex layers, and walked to the Gryffindor table. He sat next to Hermione. On his other side, a red-haired boy with a smudge of something on his nose said, "Blimey, you're really him, aren't you?" with cheerful directness. "Ron Weasley," the boy added, sticking out his hand. "I've got 6 brothers. Most of them are gits, but they're my gits." Harry shook the hand. He liked Ron Weasley immediately, in the uncomplicated way you like people who say exactly what they mean without dressing it up. Harry Potter. "I've got no brothers, but I'm working on compensating." Ron grinned. "The Gringotts thing, my dad nearly choked on his tea. Mum had to hit him on the back. It's all everyone's been on about all day." "Good," Harry said, which made Ron's grin widen because he apparently appreciated directness in return. Dumbledore rose and gave his start-of-term speech, which Harry listened to while eating roast chicken with the focused appreciation of someone for whom a plate like this was not an everyday occurrence. The food was extraordinary. He'd known Hogwarts feasts were substantial, but the reality of it was something else, and he allowed himself to simply eat for a while and let the hall's warmth and noise settle around him like something he was choosing to be inside rather than something happening to him. He was watching Quirrell throughout dinner. Not obviously, he never watched things obviously, but the occasional glance from under lowered lashes, building up a picture. Quirrell ate almost nothing. Swallowed water. Avoided the candlelight where possible and sat with slightly hunched shoulders that had nothing to do with shyness. The wrongness Harry had scented during the sorting was a constant, low-level signal now, the kind of thing you registered as background noise once you'd identified it. There was something in the turban. Not metaphorically. Something alive and wrong and wearing a host it was killing slowly. Harry ate his treacle tart and thought, yes, but not yet. Not because he was afraid of Voldemort, reduced to a parasite on a stuttering professor's skull. Because dealing with Voldemort before he understood the full shape of the problem was the kind of move that felt decisive and was actually just impatience. He needed to know what Voldemort was after. He needed to know what was in the third-floor corridor, what Dumbledore was protecting and why, before he decided how to handle any of it. Patient. He was always patient. After dinner, Dumbledore made his announcement about the third-floor corridor, forbidden, dangerous, those who did not wish to die very painfully should not go there. Harry noted this with the same quiet precision with which he noted everything. Hermione, beside him, made a tiny disapproving sound about the imprecision of the warning. Neville looked genuinely alarmed. Ron muttered something about Fred and George definitely going immediately. The prefect, Percy Weasley, Ron's brother, a tall boy with the energy of someone who had decided to be responsible and was perhaps overcommitting, led the Gryffindors to their common room through staircases that moved and portraits that offered opinions and corridors that seemed to change their minds about direction. Harry followed while observing, cataloguing the castle's layout against the map he'd been building in his head from the architectural histories he'd read. The common room was better than he'd expected. Warm, red-draped, firelit, with the worn-in quality of a place generations had inhabited and left their energy in. The armchairs had the comfortable sag of things that had been sat in by many people who needed comfort. Harry stood in the entrance for a moment and let the castle's awareness settle around him. The Gryffindor-specific resonance here was stronger than in the hall, more personal, like moving from the lobby of a house into its living room. He found a seat near the fire and Hermione and Neville found seats nearby and Ron dropped into the chair across from Harry with his long legs stretched out and the immediate ease of someone who had older brothers and therefore no social anxiety whatsoever. So, Ron said, without preamble. 3 Wizengamot seats. Are you actually going to use them? Yes, Harry said. When? When I decide what needs changing and have the coalition to change it. Ron looked at him with an expression that was recalibrating in real time. You've already got a plan. I have the beginning of one. What kind of things? Hermione asked, leaning forward with her elbows on her knees in the posture she adopted for conversations she found genuinely interesting. Harry thought about this for a moment, about how much to say, about the difference between sharing and explaining and what this specific conversation required. Creature rights, he said. The laws governing magical creatures are archaic. Goblin law as it intersects with wizarding law. Werewolf employment restrictions. Squib rights. He paused. Half-blood and muggle-born protections that are structural rather than rhetorical. Hermione was looking at him very steadily. What? Harry asked. Nothing, she said. I read the Wizengamot records. The last time someone proposed muggle-born structural protections was 1947 and it was voted down by a coalition of old families. She paused. 3 seats isn't enough to pass anything on its own. 3 seats is enough to force a debate that can't be quietly shelved, Harry said. And the name attached to the 3 seats makes that debate very difficult to spin as radical or dangerous. He looked at the fire. I'm not planning to storm the Wizengamot in November. I'm planning to be at Hogwarts for 7 years and use that time to build the kind of relationships and reputation that make opposition difficult. A beat. Starting with not being what everyone expects me to be. Which is what? Neville asked. A symbol, Harry said. Something people can project onto. A face for a story they've already decided the ending of. He looked at Neville. Your family has Wizengamot history too. Neville blinked. My gran's on the Wizengamot. As a full member. He stopped. She told me I'd probably have a proxy seat when I came of age. The Longbottom seat. Your gran is right, Harry said. And your family has one of the cleanest records on the Wizengamot for the past century. No dark affiliation, strong position in both wars. He met Neville's eyes. When I move, I want your family's support. Not a proxy. An active vote. Neville stared at him. You planned that. I've been thinking about it since I read the Wizengamot historical records last year, Harry said. I knew your name before I met you. I didn't know I'd like you, which is better than planning. Something shifted in Neville's expression, something that had been braced against the world relaxing by a degree. He didn't say anything, but the look he gave Harry was the look of someone who had just been taken seriously for the first time by someone who had no reason to pretend. Ron was looking between them with the expression of someone watching a chess game and beginning to understand the person across from him had been playing 3 moves ahead since the opening. Blimey, he said quietly. You're serious. I'm always serious, Harry said. And then, because Ron's expression was somewhere between impressed and mildly terrified, it's not as bleak as it sounds. I genuinely want to fix things, not just argue in meetings. The werewolf thing, Ron said slowly. You mentioned that specifically. You know about Remus Lupin? Harry looked at him. What about Remus Lupin? Ron seemed to realize he'd said something significant. He was friends with your dad. He's a werewolf. He can't get work because of the employment restrictions. My mum talks about him. He shifted in his chair. Sorry, I shouldn't have. No, Harry said. I want to know. He filed the name, the connection, the weight of another debt his parents' generation had left unresolved. Thank you. The common room filled and then gradually emptied as the older students drifted off to beds, and the first years were shown their dormitories by a fifth-year prefect named Angelina, who had the cheerful authority of someone who enjoyed her responsibility without overdoing it. The dormitory was circular and warm, with heavy curtains on the beds and a window that showed the grounds below, the black lake and the forbidden forest visible as different qualities of darkness. Harry sat on the edge of his bed and waited until the sounds of the dormitory settled into the slow breathing of the sleeping. "The castle is extraordinary," he said quietly. "You felt it," Death said. "The whole time. It's layered. Every headmaster and every significant magical working done here over 1,000 years. The wards are something else." He looked at the window. "The third floor. The Philosopher's Stone," Death said. "Nicholas Flammel's. Dumbledore is storing it here because he believes Gringotts is no longer safe. Someone attempted to break into the Gringotts vault where it was stored. On July the 31st. "My birthday," Harry said. "Yes. Voldemort sent someone to steal it. The stone makes the elixir of life, it would give him a body, or near enough." Harry thought about this. Dumbledore moved it here and set up protections. He thinks Hogwarts is safer than Gringotts. He thinks Hogwarts and the fact of his own presence are protection enough, Death said. He is not wrong about the wards. He is slightly wrong about the fact of his own presence being sufficient deterrent. Because Voldemort is already inside the wards, Harry said. He's in Quirrell's turban. Yes. Does Dumbledore know? A pause. He suspects something is wrong with Quirrell. He does not know the precise nature of it yet. Harry lay back on his bed and stared at the canopy. The stone. Voldemort. The Horcruxes, the piece of soul in his scar, and 6 others scattered through the world. The Wizengamot. The marriage contract, still dormant but ticking toward relevance. Hermione 1 dormitory away, probably still reading. Neville 2 beds down, probably staring at the ceiling doing the same recalibration Harry had watched him do all evening. A lot of pieces on a very large board. Quirrell, Harry said. I'm going to watch him. Carefully, Death said, which was not a warning so much as a professional note. Always, Harry said. I want to understand what Voldemort is after before I move. Not just the stone is the immediate goal, but there's a larger pattern. He needs a body. He needs his Horcruxes. He needs his followers. Harry thought about it, turning it in his mind. He's not a threat to me, specifically. Not in any meaningful way. The piece of his soul in my scar gives me an understanding of his thinking that he doesn't know about. But he's a threat to people around me. Yes, Death said. That's the part that matters, Harry said. Not that he could hurt me. That he could hurt people while I'm being careful about timing. He looked at the dark ceiling. I need to move faster on certain things than I planned. The Horcrux in you, Death said. You've been planning the removal. For 2 years. I know the theory. I need the basilisk venom or an equivalent. There's a basilisk in this castle. He said it simply, the way he said most things. In the Chamber of Secrets. Salazar Slytherin's creation, left here when he left, still alive. Which means I'm a Parselmouth. Death was quiet. The Merlin bloodline, Harry said. That's where it comes from. Merlin was a Parselmouth. It's documented in 3 separate historical sources and everyone acts like it's dark magic because Slytherin had the same ability and Slytherin is associated with dark wizards, but the ability itself is just magical linguistics, Death agreed. A language. Nothing more. I'll deal with the Horcrux in me when I find the chamber, Harry said. I'll need to be careful about the basilisk, it kills with eye contact, and the venom destroys Horcruxes, which means you'll need to deal with the reflection question, Death said. Basilisks can see you only if you see them directly. Indirect sight, reflections, that distinction matters. I know. Harry closed his eyes. Not tonight. I need more information first. And I need to understand the castle better. The chamber entrance is somewhere in the plumbing, based on the historical records, and finding it without announcing it requires time. You're remarkably calm about having a piece of dark wizard in your head, Death observed. It's been there my whole life, Harry said. Being calm about it is just being practical. He paused. Does it hear me? When I talk to you? Does it know what I'm planning? No, Death said. The connection is emotional and sensory, not intellectual. It feels your strong emotions as echoes and you may feel his. But your thoughts are your own. He can't read you and you can't read him, you can only feel when something strong enough breaks through. Good, Harry said. He was quiet for a while. The dormitory breathed around him, Ron and Neville and 2 other first-year boys he hadn't spoken to yet sleeping with the deep immediate sleep of the exhausted. Death, Harry said. The marriage contract. You said I'd know when the match was identified. He paused. Hermione. A long silence. The contract responds to a fundamental compatibility, Death said carefully. Not a feeling. Not attraction, not at 11. A structural resonance. 2 people whose magical and intellectual natures complement each other in a way that's architecturally significant. The contract recognizes it before the people do. Has it activated? Not formally. There's a Death paused in a way that suggested the vocabulary here was genuinely insufficient. A signal. Like an instrument that's been tuned and struck and is vibrating but hasn't resolved to a note yet. The formal activation requires time. It won't be, it isn't a pressure, Harry. The contract isn't trying to arrange anything. It identified something and marked it. What either of you chooses to do about it in 10 years is entirely your own business. 10 years, Harry said. Approximately. Possibly less. Contracts are imprecise about these things. Harry thought about Hermione Granger sitting across from him on the Hogwarts Express with a book under her arm and a mind like a blade, asking him how long he'd known, hearing the weight in his words and not pressing it, reading his assessment of the Goblin rebellions with genuine argumentative engagement. All right, he said. All right? Death said. I don't have feelings about it yet. She's 11 and so am I, and I've never had a real friend before today, which means a lot of the things I'm supposed to know about people I'm going to have to learn. But Hermione Granger is, he thought about the right word. Exceptional. And the contract has good taste. Death made a sound that was not quite a laugh but occupied the same space one might. Go to sleep, Harry, it said. You start tomorrow. Harry closed his eyes. Outside the window the grounds were dark and still, and above them the castle's thousands of tons of enchanted stone hummed with the awareness of something old that had been very patient and had finally received what it was waiting for. He slept without dreams, which was unusual. He thought, just before sleep took him, that the castle was keeping them at bay, that Hogwarts, having acknowledged him, was doing something it had never done for any student before, which was standing watch, and that in the morning everything would start in earnest, and that he was ready, had been ready for 4 years, and that ready was a good thing to be. In the morning he woke at 6 and dressed in the quiet and went down to the common room, which was empty except for the dying fire, and sat in the chair closest to it and thought through everything he'd decided the previous night, checking it for gaps, finding 1 or 2 and addressing them. Then he went to the window and looked out at the grounds, morning mist over the lake, the forbidden forest a dark line in the grey, the sky beginning to lighten in the east, and felt the castle settle around him in greeting. Good morning, he said to it, quietly, to the stones. The fire behind him flared once, briefly, which was not the wind. He took it as a good morning back. Chapter 5, What Hogwarts Remembers. The first week of classes established 3 things clearly. First, Hogwarts' curriculum was roughly 3 years behind where Harry already was in theory and approximately 1 year behind where he was in practical application, which meant he had to make very deliberate choices about how to present himself in class. Not hiding, he decided against hiding, but pacing. There was a difference between performing at your ceiling in every moment and choosing when the ceiling mattered. Second, Professor Quirrell was visibly deteriorating. By Wednesday his hands shook during the register and he'd knocked over his own demonstration model in defense against the dark arts while explaining the theory of counterjinxes. The students found him nervous and slightly comical. Harry found him deeply concerning in ways he kept entirely behind his expression. Third, the castle was talking to him. Not in words. Hogwarts didn't do words, it did something more fundamental than words, a direct communication of awareness and intent that bypassed language entirely and arrived as knowledge. He'd be walking a corridor he'd never taken before and the castle would simply inform him of what was around the next corner, not warn, not guide, just share, the way you share information with someone you trust. He'd be in a classroom and feel the castle's attention shift towards something 3 floors above and know, without knowing how he knew, that something relevant was happening there. It was the strangest and most natural thing he'd experienced since finding the trunk, which was saying something. On Thursday morning he found a room. He'd been looking. Not systematically yet, he hadn't had time for systematic, but he'd been paying attention to the way the castle's awareness moved around certain sections of the 4th floor, a particular corridor that the other students passed through without noting anything unusual. He'd walked it twice before he felt it, a door that wasn't there architecturally, visible only if you were paying the right kind of attention, which Harry was. He put his hand on the stone where the door would be and said quietly, in the half-language the castle seemed to prefer, "Open." The door opened. The room inside was medium-sized and had the quality of a space that had been waiting. Not dusty, nothing in Hogwarts got properly dusty, the castle maintained itself, but held. Still. There were shelves on 3 walls and a large table in the center and in the corner, a fireplace that lit immediately when Harry stepped inside, which he appreciated. On the shelves were books, not the standard Hogwarts library selection, older than that, the kind of texts that had been removed from the main collection at some point for reasons Harry suspected had more to do with their contents than their condition. He ran his fingers along the spines and felt the quality of each one. Old magic. Restricted magic. The kind of magic that had been labeled dangerous by people who were possibly correct about the danger and possibly just uncomfortable with the implications. He spent his free period reading the room's catalog and identifying 3 books he wanted to come back to. He also noted that the fireplace, now lit, had a flow connection, he could tell by the faint shimmer at the back of it, inactive but present, and that the room's location on the 4th floor put it directly above the defense classroom and directly below something he hadn't identified yet on the 5th. "What is this room?" he asked the castle, in the half-language. The answer that came back was complicated and took a moment to parse. It was something like, "A room for the ones who need to know things the school hasn't decided to teach." He liked that very much. He came back that evening with Hermione, which was not a decision he'd planned to make but which happened naturally. She'd been watching him with increasing curiosity all week and on Thursday afternoon she'd simply said, between charms and dinner, "You keep going somewhere. I'd like to know where." She said it without apology, which he appreciated, and he'd said, "Follow me," without explaining, which she'd accepted. She stood in the room's entrance and her expression went through 4 distinct phases in about 2 seconds, surprise, recognition, cataloging, and then the settled quality of someone who has found somewhere they belong. "How did you find this?" she asked. "The castle showed me," Harry said. She turned to look at him. This was the first time he'd said anything directly about his relationship with the castle, and he'd said it simply and without qualification, watching to see how she took it. She took it the way she took most things that didn't fit her existing framework, not with denial but with the rapid internal adjustment of someone recalculating. "The blood right," she said. "Gryffindor's sole claim. The castle responds to you." "Yes." "How long has that been happening?" "Since I arrived on the grounds," Harry said. "Since the boats. The castle recognized me." She was quiet for a moment, standing in the room's warmth. Then she went to the nearest shelf and began reading spines. He watched her do it with the specific quality of attention he was developing for Hermione Granger, which was different from the attention he gave most things, less analytical, more interested in what she did next. "These are fascinating," she said, pulling a slim volume on ward theory. Some of these were cited in a history of magic as lost texts. She looked at him. "They're not lost. They're in a room on the 4th floor. The castle decides what's available," Harry said. "I think the library catalogue is negotiable depending on who's asking." She started, and then, "That's actually a significant statement about the nature of Hogwarts as a magical institution. If the castle curates knowledge based on the reader, it suggests the castle has opinions about pedagogy." "Yes," Harry said, sitting at the table. "Which is not surprising if you consider that 4 extremely strong-willed magical people built it and enchanted it with enough of themselves to last 1,000 years. Hermione sat across from him with the ward theory book and looked at him with the expression she wore when she was deciding whether to say something. He'd learned to wait this expression out. It was almost always worth waiting. "I want to understand what you're doing," she said. "Not the Wisengamot plan, I understand that, I think. The larger thing. You've been preparing for something your whole life and you're at Hogwarts now and you're not hiding but you're also not moving yet," Harry said. "Why?" "Because moving at the wrong moment is worse than not moving," he said. "I could walk into Dumbledore's office tomorrow and lay out everything I know and everything I am and demand a conversation. And he would have it with me, and it would be a very interesting conversation, and at the end of it he would know everything about me that I just told him, and I would know exactly as much about him as I knew walking in." Hermione's eyes sharpened. "You want information first." "I want understanding first," Harry corrected. "Information is pieces. Understanding is the shape of the thing." He looked at the table surface. "Dumbledore is a man who has spent 60 years being the most important person in every room. He doesn't do that by force, he does it by knowing more than everyone else and distributing that knowledge strategically. If I walk into his room before I understand how he operates, he runs the conversation." "And you want to run the conversation," Hermione said. "I want it to be equal," Harry said. "Which requires me to know at least as much as he does about the relevant subjects going in." She studied him. The Philosopher's Stone. He didn't look surprised, because she'd clearly been thinking about it and Hermione thinking about something and arriving at a correct conclusion was not surprising. "What do you know?" "3rd floor corridor," she said. "He specifically warned us." "He doesn't warn students about specific locations unless there's something they're worth warning about. And there were reports in the Daily Prophet over the summer about an attempted Gringotts break-in." She paused. "Whatever was in that vault is now here." "The Philosopher's Stone," Harry confirmed. "Nicholas Flamel. It produces the elixir of life. Someone wants it." "You know who," she said, and then with the slight internal brace of someone who had decided to stop doing something, "Voldemort." Harry looked at her. "I've been practicing saying it," she said. "It seems important not to be afraid of a name." "It is," Harry said. "He's in this castle, Hermione. Right now. He's in Quirrell." She went very still. "The turban," Harry said. "Something alive and wrong. I could smell it during the sorting." He watched her process this. "He's not strong enough to be a direct threat yet. He needs the stone to restore himself. Which means he's going to make a move on the 3rd floor at some point this year." "And you're going to let him?" she asked, and it wasn't an accusation, it was a genuine question, which was one of the things Harry valued about her. "I'm going to understand the full shape of the problem first," Harry said. "There are 6 other pieces of Voldemort's soul hidden in objects around the world. Stopping him from getting the stone doesn't end him. It delays him. I need to know where those objects are before I do anything that might cause him to go to ground." She was quiet for a long time. The fireplace crackled. Outside the window the September evening was darkening over the grounds. "You've known about Horcruxes," she said finally. It wasn't a question. For years, Harry said. Where did you? She stopped. The Peverell Library. Some of it. Some of it from other sources. He looked at her. I know this is a great deal at once. I'm fine, she said, which was true in the specific Hermione way that meant I am processing at high speed and will have follow-up questions in approximately 4 minutes. She opened the Ward Theory book. If we're going to understand the protections on the 3rd floor, we're not going to the 3rd floor yet, Harry said. I know, she said, without looking up. I said understand. Reading the theory is not the same as going there. Harry looked at her bent head and the precise way she held the book and felt something that was not quite gratitude and not quite warmth but was definitely both of those things. Thank you, he said. She looked up. For what? For taking all of that and immediately moving to what's useful, he said. Most people would have spent 20 minutes being alarmed. I am alarmed, she said plainly. I'm just also reading. She looked back at the book. Tell me about the Horcruxes. All of them. Everything you know. I'll cross-reference against what I can find and we'll make a proper list. He told her. He laid out what Death had told him, what he'd read in the Peverell Library texts, what he'd reasoned out from the available information. She listened without interrupting, which was not natural to her and therefore significant. She was choosing to take the full picture before asking questions, which was the right instinct and she'd arrived at it on her own. When he finished, she said, the one in your scar. Yes. That's, Harry, that's, I know, he said. Are you in pain? The question surprised him. Not its concern, he'd come to expect that from her, but its specificity. Not are you all right or are you safe but are you in pain, which was asking about the actual physical and psychological experience rather than the abstract status. No, he said. It hasn't been painful. It's present. Like something that's always been there. He paused. I've made peace with what it is. What I need is to remove it without dying, and I have a plan for that. It requires the Chamber of Secrets and a basilisk. Her expression suggested she had several things to say about basilisks and she was exercising significant restraint in not saying all of them immediately. I'm a parselmouth, he added. Of course you are, she said, in the tone of someone who has been accumulating extraordinary facts all evening and has decided to simply accept each new one as it arrives. The room became their room after that. Not officially, nothing about it was official, but by the following Monday it was understood between Harry, Hermione, and Neville, who Hermione had told over the weekend with Harry's agreement, that the 4th floor room was where they went when they needed to think. Neville had reacted to the existence of the room with the particular pleasure of someone who'd never had a space that felt like his. He'd immediately noted the shelf in the corner that held a collection of herbological texts and had been back 3 times in 4 days. Classes, meanwhile, were their own education. Charms was taught by Flitwick, a small delighted man who approached magic with the enthusiasm of someone who had been doing it for 60 years and remained genuinely surprised by it. Harry liked Flitwick immediately, in the way he liked people who loved their subject without needing anyone else to validate that love. Harry's first charm, the Wingardium Leviosa, the standard introductory levitation, he performed on the first try, controlled and precise, the feather rising exactly to the height he intended before settling back exactly as he released it. Flitwick blinked. Made a note. Said nothing beyond excellent and moved on, but Harry caught the thoughtful quality of the glance the professor sent his way afterward. Transfiguration was McGonagall's domain and it was immediately clear that this was a class taught by someone who considered their subject the backbone of serious magical education and had no patience for treating it otherwise. She transformed her desk into a pig and back on the first morning with the quick fluid efficiency of complete mastery, and the class watched with collective awe, and then she had them attempt to turn a matchstick into a needle. Harry turned his matchstick into a needle on the second attempt. Not the first. The first attempt he held back deliberately, getting a feel for the transfiguration process, which was the kind of thing he could have managed on the first try but wanted to understand before he demonstrated he could manage. On the second attempt the matchstick became a needle, fully metallic, properly pointed, with a clean eye. McGonagall came to his desk and looked at it and then looked at him with the expression of someone doing rapid internal arithmetic. "Mr. Potter," she said. "The needle's eye is slightly off-center." "Yes," Harry said. "I noticed. I'll correct it." "See that you do," she said, and moved on, but the look she gave him over her shoulder had more information in it than her words. Potions was Snape. Harry had read about Snape. He'd read about the complicated web of history, Snape's relationship with his father, with his mother, with Dumbledore, with the Death Eaters he'd worked among and then turned against. He'd read about the unbreakable vow some suspected Snape had made, the double-agent work, the genuine courage of someone who'd spent decades in a dangerous position. He'd also read, in the Wisengamot records Ragnarok had provided, about the post-war employment decisions that had given Snape the potions post despite several formal complaints about his teaching methods. He walked into the dungeons with all of that and sat at a bench near the middle of the class and waited. Snape entered with the billowing robe energy of someone who had cultivated their own entrance over years of practice and was committed to it. His gaze swept the class and landed on Harry with the immediate weight of someone who had been thinking about this moment since September 1st and had opinions already formed. "Potter," Snape said, cutting into the register as if the name were a demonstration. "Our new celebrity." Harry looked at him without expression. "Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The class had the held breath quality of students watching something unfold that they couldn't quite predict. Harry heard the challenge in the question, heard the history in it, Snape teaching, testing, finding the gap and pressing. He heard, underneath that, something more complicated, a man looking for an excuse to form an opinion he'd been holding back forming. "The draught of living death," Harry said. "A sleeping potion of exceptional power. Asphodel, from the Amaryllis family, combined with wormwood, which is both bitter and narcotic in the right concentration. The interaction creates a depressant effect strong enough to stop involuntary physical processes temporarily without permanently damaging them." He paused. "The preparation requires that the wormwood infusion be at precisely 67 degrees when the asphodel is added, or the reaction overshoots and produces something toxic rather than soporific." The class was very quiet. Snape's expression had shifted from its prepared contempt to something more complicated, a man recalibrating, finding his footing on ground that had moved under him. "Where the bezoar is found," he said, continuing the original 3 questions, pressing. "In the stomach of a goat," Harry said. "It's an antidote to most common poisons, which makes it an essential component in any properly stocked potion store. The active mechanism is adsorption. The bezoar binds to toxic compounds before they can be fully absorbed." "The difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "There isn't one," Harry said. "They're the same plant. Aconitum. Also called aconite. Highly toxic in most preparations, medicinally useful in very specific concentrations, and one of the ingredients in wolfsbane potion, which is used to help werewolves retain their minds during transformation." He said it without emphasis, just information. Snape looked at him for a moment with an expression that was entirely unreadable. 10 points to Gryffindor, he said, quietly enough that it sounded like something that had surprised him. Then, louder, "Let's see if the rest of you can manage the basic reading." He swept away to the front of the class. Hermione was staring at Harry with an expression of profound vindication, as if she'd known this would happen and was pleased to be correct. Ron, who'd ended up at their table by proximity, was grinning. Neville, beside Harry, let out a very quiet breath. Snape's teaching style was as reported, hard, exacting, uncharitable, but Harry found he didn't mind it. There was rigor underneath the harshness, a genuine standard being enforced even if the enforcement was unkind, and Harry had been taught by the most demanding teacher imaginable for 4 years and had learned to find the useful thing inside difficult packaging. He brewed his potion correctly, methodically, and when Snape came to inspect it and said, in a tone calibrated to undermine, "Passable," which was Snape's word for good, Harry had already worked this out, Harry said, "Thank you," without irony and meant it. Snape looked at him for the second time that class with the expression of someone who had been preparing for a certain kind of opponent and found a different kind. After potions, walking back up to the entrance hall, Hermione said, "He expected you to be arrogant." "I know," Harry said. "He wanted an excuse not to like you." "He has complicated feelings about my father," Harry said. "And about my mother, differently. He's going to be fine." He said it not as a prediction of Snape's behavior but as a statement of his own approach. He wasn't going to perform for Snape's approval and he wasn't going to antagonize Snape's grief. He was going to be himself and let Snape decide what to do with that. "You're extraordinarily patient," Hermione said, with a quality that was halfway between observation and complaint. "I've had practice," Harry said. The second week of October was when Dumbledore found him. Harry had been expecting this. He'd estimated, based on his reading of Dumbledore's patterns and the political timeline, that the headmaster would wait until Harry was settled, get through the first few weeks, form initial impressions, have the beginning of a social existence at the school, before initiating contact. It was the right approach for someone who wanted the conversation to be productive rather than defensive. He'd also estimated that the Gringotts announcement had not been easily absorbed and that Dumbledore had spent the intervening weeks doing what intelligent people do when surprised, which was thinking very carefully. He was right on the timing. The note arrived at breakfast on a Wednesday, delivered by one of the school owls, formal and brief, "Mr. Potter, I wonder if you might visit me this evening at 8 o'clock. The password is Sherbet Lemon. APWB Dumbledore." Harry read it, pocketed it, and ate his toast. "Dumbledore?" Hermione asked, reading his expression. 8 o'clock, Harry said. "Do you want to talk through what you're going to say?" "I know what I'm going to say," Harry said. "What I need is to know what he's going to say first." "That's not how conversations work," she pointed out. "It is when you've been thinking about the other person's position for 2 years, Harry said. Neville, across the table, looked up from his breakfast. "What should I do?" "Keep your head down and let me know if anyone asks you anything unexpected," Harry said. "You've been seen with me, which means you're on certain people's periphery. Anyone approaches you with questions about me or my plans, tell you immediately," Neville said. "I know." He said it with the quiet confidence of someone who had decided whose side they were on and found the decision clarifying. Harry arrived at the stone gargoyle at 5 to 8. He said the password and rode the moving staircase up to the office door and knocked. "Come in," Dumbledore said. The office was extraordinary. Not in a showy way but in the way of a place that was a genuine expression of its occupant, every surface inhabited, every object with a history, the portraits on the walls watching with the polite interest of people who had been watching interesting conversations in this room for generations. The desk was large and old and covered in the organized complexity of someone who managed an enormous amount simultaneously. The sorting hat sat on a shelf and did not move but was, Harry felt certain, entirely awake and paying attention. Dumbledore stood from behind the desk as Harry came in, which was a courtesy. People of genuine power often sat when they received visitors, because standing gave the visitor the impression of being assessed. Standing himself leveled something. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "Thank you for coming. Please sit down." Harry sat. He looked at the man across from him, the old face, the long beard, the extraordinary blue eyes that had the quality of things that had seen a great deal and made peace with most of it, and felt the weight of the meeting settle around them both. "Tea?" Dumbledore asked. "Thank you," Harry said. It was poured. The small social ritual of it, the minute or two it required, were not wasted time. Harry used them to look at the office, at the instruments on the side table that were making small, purposeful sounds, at a particular silver device near the window that he recognized from his reading as a soul activity monitoring instrument, calibrated for proximity. It was pointing at him. Dumbledore sat back in his chair with his tea and looked at Harry with the full attention of one of the most intelligent people in the wizarding world. "You've had an eventful few weeks," Dumbledore said. "It's a remarkable school," Harry said. "It is," Dumbledore agreed, with genuine warmth. It has seemed particularly remarkable this term in certain respects. He paused. The castle has been vocal. Several of my instruments, which have been steady for decades, have been registering some quite extraordinary readings since September the 1st. I'm sorry if that's inconvenient, Harry said. Not inconvenient, Dumbledore said. Surprising. Instructive. He set down his tea. Harry, I want to speak honestly with you if you'll permit it. I'd prefer it, Harry said. The Gringotts announcement was unexpected, Dumbledore said. You registered 3 blood-right claims simultaneously, in private, for months before your Hogwarts year began. You arranged the notification for September the 1st, specifically. You have been, if I understand correctly, preparing for some time. He paused. I underestimated you. I want you to know that I recognize that. Harry looked at him. I know you intercepted my mother's instruction about the trunk. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. A very particular quality of quiet, the quiet of someone who has been carrying something and has just had it named out loud by another person. Yes, Dumbledore said simply. Why? Because I believed, he stopped. Started again. Because I was afraid that if you had the full knowledge of your inheritance at too young an age, it would change the nature of what you became. I believed that a childhood without that weight, he stopped again. A childhood in a cupboard, Harry said, without heat. Flat. Factual. Without the weight of my inheritance. Under a protection I didn't know about, with relatives who treated me as a problem. For 7 years. The silence was different now. I was wrong, Dumbledore said. And he meant it. Harry could see that he meant it, that it had cost something for the old man to arrive at this, that the cost was genuine. Not about the protection, the blood ward was necessary and I would make that decision again. But the rest. How they treated you. His voice was quieter. I should have been watching more carefully. You should have, Harry agreed. I am sorry, Harry. Harry looked at the old man's face and thought about Ignotus Peverell's journal. Being equal to something vast does not make you vast. It makes you responsible. He thought about what responsibility looked like when someone had genuinely wronged you and was genuinely acknowledging it. He thought about what carrying anger versus what carrying clarity felt like as instruments. I know you're sorry, Harry said. I believe you. That doesn't undo it. But it matters that you said it plainly. He picked up his tea. I'm not here to relitigate 7 years. I'm here because we need to be able to work together this year and I want to understand what you know and what you're planning. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that combined something very like relief with something that was unmistakably respect. What would you like to know? The stone, Harry said. What's in the 3rd floor corridor? What you're protecting it from and who you think is coming for it. Dumbledore's expression shifted slightly. You know about the stone. Since the Gringotts' announcement at the latest, Harry said. The attempted break-in was in the Prophet. The timing was specific. You moved it here. You've set protections. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. Voldemort is in this castle. He's in Quirrell. You know something is wrong with Quirrell even if you don't know precisely what yet. The silence that followed was the kind that comes when something that has been a private calculation becomes a shared one. Yes, Dumbledore said. He looked at Harry with the full weight of his attention. Yes to all of it. He paused. How long have you known about Quirrell? Since the sorting, Harry said. I could smell it. Something alive and wrong underneath the garlic. He paused. The Horcrux in my scar helps. I'm adjacent to him in a way that makes detection easier. Dumbledore went very still. The Horcrux. You know about it, Harry said. I suspected, Dumbledore said carefully. I was not certain. I've known for 3 years, Harry said. I'm working on removal. I need the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk. He said it with the calm practicality of someone ordering supplies. I know where the chamber entrance is. I'm going to deal with that this year. Dumbledore looked at him for a very long moment. His expression had moved through several phases and had arrived at something that was, Harry thought, the genuine article, not the managed warmth of public Dumbledore but the unguarded expression of a brilliant old man who had just discovered the person he'd been trying to protect had been protecting himself for years and had done it well. Harry, Dumbledore said. I'm not asking permission, Harry said. I'm giving you information because we're going to be more effective working in the same direction and I'd rather do that than work around each other. He put down his tea. But I need you to understand something. I'm not your weapon. I'm not the boy who lived in the way the stories mean it. I'm not a piece in a game you're running. I'm someone with specific abilities and a specific plan, and I am willing to coordinate with you because I think you're genuinely trying to do the right thing and because you have information and resources I don't yet have full access to. He paused. But I make my own decisions. The fire crackled. One of the portraits cleared its throat. The silver instrument near the window spun once, as if registering something it didn't have a category for. Dumbledore looked at Harry Potter for a long time and then, slowly, with the expression of someone who had been many things in his long life and had just become something new, he nodded. I think, Dumbledore said carefully, that this is going to be a very interesting year. Yes, Harry said. It is. He stayed for another hour. They talked, properly talked, the way two people who both have information and both want to understand talk, asking questions and answering them and finding the places where their knowledge intersected and the places where it didn't. Dumbledore told him about the specific protections on the stone. Harry told him about what the castle had shown him, carefully, not everything, but enough. They discussed Quirrell with the precision of people who both understood what they were dealing with and neither was afraid of it. When Harry left at 9, riding the moving staircase back down with the night settling over the castle around him, he felt the shape of the year coming into focus. Dumbledore was not neutralized. He was not an ally in the simple sense. He was something more complicated and more useful, a man who had made mistakes and was willing to know it, who had vast resources and genuine intelligence, who now understood that the child he'd been managing was not manageable in the way he'd planned and had decided that this was, on balance, a better outcome than the alternative. The castle hummed around Harry as he walked back toward Gryffindor Tower, warm and awake and present. He had 3 months before winter break. 3 months to find the chamber, remove the Horcrux, understand the full picture of Voldemort's strategy, and begin laying the actual groundwork for everything that came after. 3 months was, he thought, precisely enough time if he used it properly. He passed a suit of armor in the 4th floor corridor and it turned its head to watch him go, which suits of armor were not supposed to do, and then turned back as if it had decided he was worth watching but not following. He took it as a vote of confidence. Chapter 6, The Stone and What It Costs. November arrived like a closed fist. The grounds went grey and the lake went dark and the wind off the mountains found every gap in the castle's ancient stonework with the persistence of something that had been doing it for centuries and saw no reason to stop. The students moved between classes in clusters, robes pulled tight, and the common rooms became warmer and more crowded and more necessary, and Hogwarts settled into its winter self, a castle that had been built for Scottish winters and knew exactly how to be warm in the middle of one. Harry used the cold as cover. He'd been mapping the castle's plumbing since October, following the castle's guidance through sections of the infrastructure that hadn't seen a human in decades. Hogwarts was, beneath its inhabited surface, a vast and complex organism of stone and water and old magic, and its lower levels, below the dungeons, below the foundations that the students knew, were where the oldest parts of it lived. The castle showed him the way it always showed him things, not with directions but with a pull of awareness, a sense of rightness when he turned a particular corner, the specific quality of stone underfoot changing as he went deeper. He went alone. Not because he didn't trust Hermione and Neville, he trusted them specifically and completely, which was still a novel sensation after years of trusting no one, but because the chamber was his, in a way that the 4th floor room was everyone's. The Parselmouth connection, the Slytherin blood through Voldemort's Horcrux, the Peverell line running through it, this was work he needed to do by himself first, understand by himself first, before he brought anyone else into it. He found the entrance on a Saturday morning in early November. He'd suspected it was in the second-floor girls' bathroom since the third week of term, based on the plumbing routes he traced and the age of the fixtures and one specific sink whose tap had the Slytherin serpent motif worked into the metal in a way that only revealed itself if you looked at the angle the castle showed you to look at. He stood in front of the sink in the empty bathroom, empty because it was the bathroom that was out of order due to Moaning Myrtle, the ghost who occupied it with the proprietary gloom of something that had claimed territory and defended it, and he looked at the tap and he spoke. He'd never spoken Parseltongue deliberately before. He'd understood, from Death's explanation, that he had the ability, the Merlin bloodline and the Voldemort fragment both contributing, but understanding the ability and using it were different. He thought about what he wanted to say, shaped it as an instruction, and let it come out however it came out. What came out sounded like wine through long grass, like water over stones, like something that had its own rhythm entirely separate from the rhythm of English. Open. The sink moved. The pipes groaned with the effort of machinery that hadn't operated in decades, and then the floor opened around the basin and revealed a wide dark pipe descending into cold stone. Moaning Myrtle, who had been watching from near the ceiling, said, "Oh, he speaks to snakes," in a tone that was equal parts impressed and mournful. "I do," Harry agreed. Then, because he was not unkind even to difficult people, "Are you all right, Myrtle?" She blinked at him with the expression of a ghost who has not been asked this in a very long time. "No one ever asks that." "Well," Harry said. "I'm asking." She drifted down from the ceiling and looked at him with watery eyes that managed to be both dramatic and genuinely sad. "I died in here," she said. "In this very bathroom. Something looked at me and I died." "The basilisk," Harry said. "I didn't know what it was. I just saw great yellow eyes and then I was dead." She paused. "It was very unpleasant." "I imagine so," Harry said. "I'm going to go down there now. If I'm not back in 2 hours, please tell someone." "A specific someone." He paused. "Professor McGonagall." Myrtle looked at him with an expression that was, for a ghost who had been here for 50 years, something like hope. "You'll come back?" "Yes," Harry said. "I intend to." He dropped into the pipe. The slide down was long and dark and cold and entirely unglamorous, and he arrived in a tunnel of damp stone at the bottom with the practiced stability of someone who'd taken worse falls and had the presence of mind to land properly. He cast a wandless light, a quiet, concentrated glow, not the full lumos but something more focused, a coin of white light that he held in front of him like a lantern. The tunnel was long. The air was cold and damp and carried the particular smell of very old stone, deep underground, where water moved slowly through rock that had been doing this for millennia. The walls were carved with serpents, stylized, old, worked into the stone with the care of someone who had meant this place to last. Harry walked through them without unease, reading the carvings as he went, the Parseltongue symbols in the design resolving into something like text when he looked at them with the right attention. "Here lies the inheritance of Salazar Slytherin. Enter with purpose or not at all." "I have plenty of purpose," Harry said quietly, to the empty tunnel. The great stone door at the end had a wall of entwined serpents for a handle, and he spoke to them and they slithered aside and the door swung open, and Harry walked into the Chamber of Secrets. It was larger than he'd expected from the historical descriptions. Vast, actually, with a ceiling lost in shadow and a long narrow channel of black water running down its center, and at the far end, behind a row of massive carved stone pillars each entwined with serpents, the statue of Salazar Slytherin, enormous and cold, rising from the floor with its carved face tilted slightly downward in the expression of someone surveying their domain. And beside the base of the statue, curled in a loose enormous spiral, the basilisk. It was asleep. Harry stopped at the chamber's entrance and looked at it from a distance of perhaps 40 feet, an enormous serpent, 60 feet if it was an inch, scales the color of old moss, moving with the slow rhythm of deep sleep. He thought about eye contact, about the reflection question he and Death had discussed. Then he thought, "It's asleep. I could speak to it before it wakes. He walked forward. He kept his eyes on the basilisk's closed lids. He stopped at 10 feet and crouched and looked at the serpent's enormous head, longer than he was tall, and listened to its breathing, which was slow and deep and regular, the breathing of something that had been sleeping for 50 years and had settled into it comfortably. "Wake up," he said, in Parseltongue. "Slowly. Don't open your eyes yet." The basilisk stirred. A vast slow movement through its coils, the scales shifting with a sound like thick paper. Its head lifted, eyes still shut, and turned toward him. "Small one," it said. The Parseltongue of something very old, different from the simple Parseltongue he'd used on the sink, more complex, layered with the particular grammar of a creature that had been a creature for longer than most of the students in Hogwarts had been alive combined. "You smell like the founder." "His bloodline," Harry said. Distantly. "I'm here for something specific. I need a small amount of your venom. Enough to destroy an object, a container of dark magic." The basilisk was still for a moment, head tilted, eyes shut. "Why should I give this?" "Because the dark magic it's destroying is embedded in me," Harry said. "And I'm asking rather than taking. And because the person who put it in me was the one who sent someone to murder your last caretaker." He thought of Myrtle, upstairs in her bathroom. "Your last awakening hurt someone who didn't deserve it." A long pause. The basilisk's head turned, this way and that, reading him in ways that had nothing to do with sight. "You are true," it said finally, which was the most significant thing anyone had said to Harry in a while, coming from a creature with no social incentive to lie. "I try to be," Harry said. The founder commanded. "You ask." A quality in the serpent's voice that might have been approval, in whatever register approval existed for a 1,000-year-old basilisk. "I will give the venom. But there is a condition." "What condition?" "The founder locked me here," the basilisk said. "I have been here for 900 years. I have been sleeping for 50. I am tired, small one. I want to be somewhere else." Harry looked at it for a moment. "Where?" "The forest above," it said. "The large one. I can feel it through the stone. Old trees. Old dark. Room enough." Harry thought about this practically. A 60-foot basilisk in the Forbidden Forest. The forest was already home to centaurs and acromantula and creatures that had figured out their own arrangements with each other and with the castle. A basilisk operating at night, avoiding human contact, was theoretically manageable. It also gave him, he noted, a very significant asset in the forest if he ever needed one, which was the kind of consideration he allowed himself to have because having it and acting on it inappropriately were different things. "I can arrange that," Harry said. "After." "After," the basilisk agreed. What followed was careful and specific and not pleasant, but Harry had been preparing for it since he was 9. The basilisk lowered its head and Harry produced a sealed glass vial he'd prepared, potions grade, properly stoppered, which he'd sourced from the castle's supply cupboard with a brief request to Hogwarts and a morning's planning. The basilisk cooperated in the manner of a creature that had agreed to something and was honoring the agreement. Harry stoppered the vial and put it in his inner pocket. Then he sat cross-legged on the floor of the Chamber of Secrets, took the ward-reading instrument from the Peverell vault out of his other pocket, and pointed it at himself. The disk of silver runes spun. He read the output with Death's help, parsing the gobbledygook of the magical diagnostic into actual meaning, the blood protection, his mother's sacrifice woven through his skin and blood, the triple blood rite, layered and vast, and there, nestled behind his scar like a seed in wrong soil, the Horcrux. It was small. Comparatively. A fragment, not a whole piece, the remnant of a soul that had been shattered so many times it had lost most of its coherent identity. But it was alive, in the specific way that Horcruxes were alive, anchored, persistent, aware enough to react. Harry held the vial in one hand and the instrument in the other and he thought, this is going to hurt. Yes, Death said quietly. It will. How bad? Significant. Brief. You'll need to be somewhere you can be still afterward for an hour at minimum. I'm in the chamber, Harry said. No one is coming down here. He looked at the vial. Walk me through it. Death walked him through it. The ritual was not complex, the complexity was in the precision, in the need to direct the venom's destructive quality specifically at the Horcrux and not at the surrounding tissue. The Merlin bloodrite helped, the structural mastery ability that let him see the architecture of magical workings meant he could see the Horcrux as a separate structure from himself, could identify its boundaries, could direct something at it the way you direct a current through a specific channel. He opened the vial and dipped the very tip of his finger in and placed that finger against his scar. The pain was exactly as bad as promised. He didn't make a sound. He sat with his back against the cold stone of the chamber and his teeth clenched and his eyes shut, and he felt the venom work through the scar like fire through a knot of wet wood, slow, thorough, meeting resistance and overcoming it, and the Horcrux screamed, which was not a sound he could hear with his ears but a sensation in the interior of his skull, something being destroyed that did not want to be destroyed, rage and fear and a cold ancient hatred that had nothing to do with him and everything to do with what it was. It lasted 4 minutes. When it was done the silence was extraordinary. He sat in it for a moment, taking stock. The scar was there. The scar would always be there. But the thing behind it, the presence that had been part of his interior landscape since before he could remember, gone. The space it left felt like the space left by a tooth after it comes out, simultaneously wrong and clean. Gone, Death confirmed. Good, Harry said, and meant it with every inch of himself. He sat against the stone for 40 minutes and let his body adjust to being only itself. He thought about Voldemort, somewhere in the castle above him, feeling that loss at some level he might not even be conscious of. He thought about the 5 remaining Horcruxes, the diary, which he'd located through Gringotts records, currently with Lucius Malfoy, the ring, in the Gaunt shack in Little Hangleton, the locket, currently missing from its intended location, stolen by someone who had left a fake in its place and a note that said RAB, the cup, in the Lestrange vault, the diadem, somewhere in Hogwarts itself. Harry suspected the room of requirement, which he hadn't found yet but the castle had been indicating for weeks. 5 remaining. 1 in the castle. 4 outside it. He thought about the stone on the 3rd floor and about timing and about what exactly Voldemort's plan looked like and what the best response to it was. Not yet, he decided. Let it run a little further. Understand the complete picture. He stood, brushed dust off his robes, looked at the basilisk, which had settled back into its coil with the philosophical calm of something that had agreed to a transaction and was content with the terms. I'll come back for you in the spring, he told it. When the weather is better for moving through the grounds. Spring, the basilisk agreed, with the patient certainty of something that had been waiting for centuries and could manage a few more months. Harry climbed out of the chamber the way he'd come in. The slide required some creative thinking on the way back up, which the castle helpfully solved by making the pipe's interior surface grab his feet properly when he needed it, and emerged into the girls' bathroom where Myrtle was hovering near the ceiling. You came back, she said. I said I would, Harry told her. He was slightly pale and his scar was warm, but he was standing and his voice was steady. Thank you for waiting. Myrtle drifted down. She looked at him with the direct, unguarded assessment of someone who had nothing to lose from honesty. You went to where I died. Yes. Is it finished? Whatever you went to do. The first part, Harry said. She nodded slowly. Then, no one ever talks to me like I'm a real person. You are a real person, Harry said. You're just a dead one. Those aren't mutually exclusive. She made a sound that might, from a happier ghost, have been a laugh. Harry left her to it and walked back through the castle toward Gryffindor Tower with the late morning November light coming grey through the corridor windows and the castle settling warm around him, its awareness present and steady. He went to the 4th floor room and sat at the table, and Hermione arrived 20 minutes later because she'd been watching for him, which she didn't announce but he knew was true. She looked at him. At his color and the way he was sitting and the quality of his stillness. Done? she asked. First part, yes. She sat across from him and opened a book, which was her way of giving him space while remaining present, which was something she developed without discussion and which Harry found he valued more than he could easily articulate. There are 5 more Horcruxes, he said. Outside of Voldemort himself, which is technically the 6th. He laid them out, the list, the locations he knew or suspected, the ones he was still tracing. She listened with her book open but not read, the page unturning, making the occasional note in the margin of her own notebook with the automatic precision of someone who catalogues everything. The diary is with Lucius Malfoy, she said, when he finished. Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, he's in our year, he's in Slytherin. His father is on the Wizengamot. I know. He would have voted against all 3 of your blood right claims if they'd come to a vote, she said. He'll have the chance to do that formally when I claim the seats, Harry said. Which is fine. Opposition that's open is manageable. Opposition that's hidden isn't. The diadem in the castle, Hermione said. You think it's in the room of requirement. The castle has been pointing me toward the 7th floor for 3 weeks. I haven't gone yet because I wanted to deal with the Horcrux in me first. One thing at a time. That's very disciplined of you, she said. Thank you. I meant it as a compliment, but also as a slight, she said, which made him look at her. She met his eyes directly, which she always did. You don't always have to do things in order, Harry. Sometimes urgency overrides sequence. He thought about this. You're right, he said. I know I am. She closed the notebook. What are we doing about Quirrell and the stone? Waiting, Harry said, and at her expression, not indefinitely. Until I understand Voldemort's exact timeline. He needs something else before he can move on the stone, he's not strong enough to do it on his own yet. He's been in Quirrell since last year and Quirrell is deteriorating, which means he's feeding on him, which means he's building towards something and when the something approaches a threshold he'll act. And then I act first, Harry said. Before he reaches the stone. Or, he paused, thinking it through. Or I let him reach it and take it at the mirror. Hermione's expression sharpened. The mirror of Erist. It's one of Dumbledore's protections. The final one. The only one that matters, actually. The others are obstacles. The mirror is the lock. Harry had thought about this extensively. The mirror gives the stone only to someone who wants to find it but not use it. Voldemort can't get it from the mirror because he wants to use it, to make the elixir, to restore himself. But the mirror's enchantment is based on desire, and desire is what I want to see in him before I move. See his desire, Hermione said slowly. See what he actually wants. Because the stone isn't the end, Harry said. It's the means. What I want to understand is the full shape of his intention before I stop him. If I move too early, if I stop him from getting the stone but don't understand what he was building toward, he just comes back and tries differently. He looked at her. Voldemort with a body and all 6 of his Horcruxes intact is significantly more dangerous than Voldemort possessing a failing professor. I need to see his hand. Hermione was quiet for a moment. That's a calculated risk. Yes, Harry said. I don't take it lightly. I know you don't, she said, with a certainty that meant she'd been watching him for 2 months and had arrived at conclusions. I just want to register that it's a risk. Registered, Harry said. December was the mirror. Not the confrontation, he wasn't ready for that yet, and Voldemort's timeline hadn't broken yet. But the mirror itself. He found it on the 2nd floor of the restricted corridor's antechamber, not the 3rd floor. He'd established that the 3rd floor contained the outer protections and the mirror was set further back, in a side chamber that the castle had shown him the route to, and he stood in front of it on a Thursday evening in early December while the castle was quiet around him. The mirror of Erist was exactly as described. Tall, ornate-framed, with the inscription Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi along the top, I show not your face but your heart's desire, reversed and rearranged. The glass was slightly different from normal mirrors, with a depth to it that suggested it was reflecting something that wasn't present in the room. Harry stood in front of it and looked. What he saw stopped him. Not what he'd expected. Not power, not the Wizengamot, not the abstract image of a world with better laws and his bloodright properly deployed. Not even the Hallows or the stone. He saw a table. A kitchen table, or a dining table, something warm-lit and cluttered and lived in, and around it several people. A woman with red hair and green eyes who was laughing at something someone had said, leaning forward with her elbow on the table, looking directly at Harry with the full uncomplicated delight of someone who loves the person they're looking at. A man with dark hair and glasses who was slightly blurred but present, solid, clearly mid-sentence, clearly the person who had caused the laughter. Around them, other shapes, Hermione's bushy head, Neville's broad shoulders, someone red-haired who was probably Ron, and 2 or 3 others he couldn't resolve clearly, all of them at this table, all of them in the middle of an ordinary evening that was extraordinary for being ordinary. His parents. His friends. A table. A meal. Just, life. Harry stood very still in front of the mirror for a long time. Then he looked away. Not because it was painful, it was the opposite of painful, which was almost worse, but because looking too long at the mirror of Eriste was the specific danger Dumbledore had identified, and for once the old man's warning was precisely calibrated. This was not a vision to lose yourself in. This was information, and he had received it. He wanted a family. He wanted a table and people around it and his mother's laugh and the ordinary extraordinary fact of belonging somewhere. "Are you all right?" Death asked. "Yes," Harry said. "And then, that's what Voldemort will never understand." "What?" "That I'm not doing this for power," Harry said. "Or for legacy. Or because the contract says I'm sovereign." He looked at the mirror's frame, at the inscription, not at his reflection. "I'm doing it because I want that table. And there are people who will never have anything like it if I don't." Death was quiet for a moment. "I know," it said, in its oldest voice. Harry went back to the dormitory and slept without dreams, and the castle kept watch. January came cold and clear, and then the thing Harry had been waiting for happened in the second week of it. He woke at 2 in the morning with a specific quality of wrongness, not from his scar, which was clean now, but from the castle, which was communicating urgency with the particular insistence of something that could not speak in words but had found the equivalent. Quirrell was moving. Harry was dressed and out of the dormitory in 3 minutes. He left no note, because the less trail this left, the better, and he moved through the castle with the cloak over him. He'd retrieved it from the trunk before term and had been carrying it since, and the castle opened the route for him, showing him where, guiding him through the quickest path. He arrived at the 3rd-floor corridor ahead of Quirrell. The outer protections, the giant 3-headed dog, which Harry had identified as Hagrid's work and had communicated with briefly and carefully, he bypassed by going through the corridor's secondary route that the castle showed him, emerging inside the protection sequence rather than at its beginning. He moved through each layer quickly. Sprout's devil's snare was neutralized by the same basic light charm that worked in any context, wandless and immediate. Flitwick's winged keys were a logic puzzle with a physical solution, and Harry found the right key in 30 seconds by reading the pattern of use marks on the lock. McGonagall's chess said he walked straight through without engaging. The chess pieces turned to look at him as he passed, and then, one by one, moved aside, which was the castle's influence, the Gryffindor claim in the protections recognizing the Gryffindor blood right. Snape's potion puzzle was elegant. He solved it in 4 minutes by reading the logic poem and testing each bottle with the ward reading instrument rather than guessing. He stepped into the mirror room. The mirror stood there in the candlelight, still and waiting. Harry took the cloak off and stood in the room and looked at the mirror and then at the door he'd come through and then back at the mirror. Then he walked to it and looked at his reflection, and this time he was not looking to see his desire. He was looking to confirm the enchantment's mechanism, desire to find, not desire to use, and to check something he'd realized during the night. His reflection reached into its pocket and produced the stone. He checked his own pocket. It was there. The mirror had given it to him because he could hold it in his mind as something to find and remove from risk rather than something to use, and the mirror's enchantment was designed for exactly that distinction. He held the stone, cool and smooth, slightly warm where he held it, and looked at it. Then he sat down against the wall, opposite the mirror, and waited. Quirrell arrived 12 minutes later. He came through the same sequence of protections, though less smoothly. Harry could hear the commotion as the chess set refused to cooperate and Quirrell had to force his way through, which took time. When the door opened and the stuttering professor walked in, Harry was sitting against the wall with his arms on his knees and the stone in his closed fist and his face entirely open. Quirrell saw him and went still. And then his expression changed, because something else was looking through his eyes. "Potter," said a voice from Quirrell's mouth that was not Quirrell's voice. Thin and cold and deeply familiar in the way that something you've been aware of your whole life is familiar. It carried the particular quality of someone who has not had a real conversation in months and is impatient to have one. "Voldemort," Harry said pleasantly. "You have the stone." Not a question. The cold eyes in Quirrell's face had moved to Harry's closed fist. "I do," Harry said. "Give it to me." Harry looked at him. At the ruined professor, the host that had been eaten hollow from the inside, the vehicle for a will that had decided a long time ago that other people were instruments. He thought about what the mirror had shown him, his mother at a table, laughing. He thought about what Voldemort's desire looked like versus what it actually served. "No," Harry said. "Potter, you've been in that man for a year," Harry said, with the tone of someone making an observation. "He's dying. You've been eating him alive." He looked at Quirrell, at the face of a man who'd made a catastrophically wrong choice and was paying for it entirely. "That's not strategy. That's the behavior of something that stopped thinking about other people as real." The cold voice was quiet for a moment. "And then, you are very small to speak to me this way." "Size is relative," Harry said. "You have 6 pieces of your soul in objects scattered around Britain and you're currently sheltering in a dying man's skull. I'm sitting here with a rock in my hand. Of the two of us, I think the power balance is somewhat less clear than you're imagining." The thing in Quirrell moved. Harry saw it, the decision to stop talking, to act. He was ready for it. He stood and opened his fist and looked at the stone in his palm and thought about his mother's laugh, and held the hand with the stone out away from himself, and set it on the floor, and pushed it away with his foot so it skidded to the far wall. Far from both of them. Quirrell lunged for it and Harry stepped into his path, and what happened when Quirrell's hand closed around Harry's wrist was something neither of them had fully expected. The contact with Harry's skin, with the blood protection still in him, Lily Potter's sacrifice still woven through his blood, burned. Quirrell recoiled, his hands blistering, and the voice in him screamed with the real panic of something that has just discovered a wall it didn't know existed, and Harry stepped back and watched. "You can't touch me," Harry said quietly. "Not physically. Not through someone else's hands. My mother's protection is still in my blood and it will be for years. You can't touch me." The thing in Quirrell was thrashing now, desperate. Quirrell fell to his knees and the turban came loose and Harry saw what was underneath it and it was exactly as reported and significantly more horrible in person, and he looked at it without flinching because flinching wouldn't help anyone. "The body's dying," Death said. "I know," Harry said. The snake face on the back of Quirrell's head focused on him with eyes that had almost no humanity in them, just will, just the stripped-down wanting of something that had spent 50 years removing everything from itself that wasn't useful. It looked at Harry and something passed through it, recognition, Harry thought. Not of him specifically but of what he was. Of the thing that the triple blood right carried, that Death's compact made visible. "You are," the voice said, very quietly, dropping the theatrics. "What are you?" "I'm the one who's going to be here after you're gone," Harry said. Not with cruelty. Just with the level certainty of something true. Quirrell collapsed. Harry looked at the body on the floor and felt what he always felt when death was near and taking something, not grief exactly, not in this case, but the weight of it. The wrongness of a life that had gone this particular direction. Even Quirrell. Even this. The piece of Voldemort's soul that was in him, Harry said. Where did it go? Away, Death said simply. He didn't anchor it properly. Nothing holding it now. It's loose. It will find another vessel in time, that's what unanchored fragments do, but it will take months. Possibly longer. Harry bent and picked up the stone from the wall where it had skidded. He held it and thought about it and then thought about what the stone actually meant, about Nicholas Flamel, who was 600 years old and had made peace with the elixir and who, when Harry's people contacted him, would very likely agree that a stone this dangerous being in a school was not ideal regardless of the protections around it. He pocketed the stone and pulled out the cloak and put it on and walked back through the protection layers, the chess set parting again, the keys already identified, the devil's snare already burned back, the door at the top already held open by the castle, and walked back through the third-floor corridor and into the main castle and down the stairs and into Dumbledore's office where he knocked once and heard, "Come in," before he'd finished knocking. Dumbledore was already awake. Dressed. He had clearly been awake for some time. Harry pulled the cloak off and set the stone on the desk between them. "Quirrell is on the floor of the mirror room," Harry said. "He's dead. The Voldemort fragment that was in him has detached, it's loose but not anchored. He'll be dormant for months." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "The stone needs to go back to Flamel. It's not safe here. It's not safe anywhere that people know it exists." Dumbledore looked at the stone on his desk. His face had the expression of someone who has been outmaneuvered by the situation and is deciding whether to argue about it. "No," Harry said, answering the unasked question. "I'm not going to use it. I don't want to live forever. I want to live well." He stepped back from the desk. "Talk to Flamel. He'll understand. He's been thinking about this for 2 centuries. Dumbledore looked at him with the expression that Harry had come to associate with their conversations, the compound expression of a man recalibrating, finding the new shape of things, deciding to adapt rather than resist. "Were you hurt?" Dumbledore asked. "No," Harry said. "The Horcrux," Dumbledore said. "In your scar." "Gone," Harry said. "Last November." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. "You did that alone." "Mostly," Harry said. "I had help from the basilisk." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. Then opened them. Then said, with something that was almost fond, "Harry." "I know," Harry said. "I'll explain it properly another time. Tonight I'm going to sleep." He picked up the cloak. "One more thing. Quirrell agreed to teach defense. Whoever recommended him for the post should have looked harder. Next year you need someone competent. Do you have a suggestion?" Dumbledore asked. "Remus Lupin," Harry said. "He was my father's friend. He's a werewolf, which makes the appointment politically complicated, which is exactly why you should do it." He put the cloak on and left. He was back in his dormitory by 3 in the morning. He lay on his bed and listened to Ron's breathing and Neville's and thought about a stone on a desk and a voice that had recognized what he was in the moment of its own dispersal. He thought about the table in the mirror. His mother's laugh. Getting there, he thought. He slept, and the castle wrapped itself around him like something that knew what it was housing and was glad of the wait. Chapter 7, What the Contract Requires. The end of term arrived with the particular quality of things that have been building for a while finally releasing, the last exams, the last meals, the castle emptying floor by floor as students left for the holidays, the corridors going quiet in the specific way of places built for noise suddenly given silence. Quirrell's death was handled with the careful discretion of institutions protecting themselves. The official story, a tragic magical accident during an unauthorized investigation of the third-floor corridor, was thin enough that the older students saw through it immediately and the professors gave it the precise amount of official support that meant they believed it professionally and not personally. Harry had discussed the cover story with Dumbledore at breakfast 2 days after the Mirror Room and agreed to it on one condition: which was that Quirrell's family received compensation from the school without a public inquiry that would drag his name through further difficulty. Dumbledore had agreed to this immediately, which was one of the moments that made Harry's assessment of the old man complicated in the specific direction of better rather than worse. Defense against the dark arts was being covered by McGonagall for the remainder of the year, who taught it with the same exacting rigor she brought to Transfiguration and who clearly found the subject somewhat beneath her capacity but taught it well regardless. The students, broadly speaking, learned more in 3 months with McGonagall than they had in 3 with Quirrell, which said something about Quirrell and also something about McGonagall. Harry spent the last week of term doing 2 things. The first was taking his end-of-term examinations with the focused calm of someone who had been doing something more difficult for 4 years and found the formal assessment almost restful by comparison. He was first in every subject. Not conspicuously, not in the performing for the room way, he made the same deliberate small errors he'd been making in class, maintaining the consistent level of a very strong student rather than the ceiling of what he could do, which was still first in every subject but at a level that invited impressed comments from professors rather than alarmed ones. Hermione was second in everything and was deeply frustrated by this in the way of someone who is not used to being second and has complicated feelings about the specific person who is first. She said nothing about it directly for 3 days and then on the Thursday said, at breakfast, without preamble, "How much are you holding back?" Harry looked at her. "A fair amount. In charms alone," she said. "Your Wingardium Leviosa in the first week was already more controlled than what Flitwick demonstrated." "Yes. You turned your matchstick to a needle on the second attempt, not the first," she said. "You deliberately waited." "Yes." She set down her fork. "Why?" "Because I'm going to be at this school for 7 years, Harry said, and I need the relationship with my teachers to be collaborative rather than either intimidated or resentful. Both of those things happen when a student outperforms the teacher's framework in the first month." He picked up his pumpkin juice. "Flitwick will be more useful to me as a genuine ally who respects my ability and has had time to adjust to it than as someone who decided what I was in September and has been in a complicated relationship with that decision ever since." Hermione stared at him. "You've been managing your teachers." "Managing is a strong word," Harry said. "It's exactly the right word," she said, and she was somewhere between exasperated and admiring, which was the expression she wore most often around him and which he had come to find obscurely comfortable. "Do you do this with everyone?" "I do it with situations," Harry said. "People inside situations are part of the consideration." She picked her fork back up. "You do it with me too," she said. "I want you to know that I know that." Harry looked at her directly. "No," he said. "I don't." She looked back. "You have deliberate conversations with me. You think about what to say." "I think about what to say in every conversation," Harry said. "That's different from management. Managing someone is about controlling their response. Thinking carefully about what you say to someone is about respecting them enough to be worth their time." She was quiet for a moment. The great hall moved around them, the week before Christmas energy making the noise level higher than usual, the ceiling showing a sky that had been threatening snow for 3 days. "That's a meaningful distinction," she said finally. "I know," he said. "I accept it," she said, and went back to her breakfast, and that was that. The second thing Harry did in the last week of term was find the room of requirement. He'd been circling it for months, the castle guiding him toward the 7th floor with increasing specificity, and on a Tuesday evening he walked the corridor opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy with a very clear need in his mind, not "I need a place to hide" or "I need something useful," but the specific and precise, "I need to find what Voldemort hid here." The door appeared. The room of requirement, when it was what Harry needed it to be, was a vast storage space, cluttered floor to ceiling with the accumulated lost objects of Hogwarts spanning centuries, broken furniture, stacked boxes, discarded experiments, forgotten things of every description. The kind of room that existed in every school and attic and old building where things went when no one wanted to deal with them. Harry stood at the entrance of it and thought about a diadem and a dark intent and asked the castle to help him find it. The castle showed him a direction. He walked through the crowded room, past towers of stacked chairs and broken instruments and things he couldn't identify, to a section near the back where a stone bust wore something on its head that had been placed there as casually as a hat on a peg. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem was more beautiful than he'd expected. A delicate construction of silver and moonstone that would have been elegant if it weren't for the darkness in it, not visible exactly, but felt, the specific wrongness of something that housed a fragment of a shattered soul. He could feel it from 3 feet away, could see the structure of it with the Merlin-inherited sight, could identify exactly where the Horcrux lived within the diadem's enchantments and where the diadem's own magic ended. He produced the sealed vial from his pocket. He'd kept a small amount of basilisk venom in reserve specifically for this. It had taken careful preparation to ensure the vial was properly sealed, basilisk venom being corrosive to most standard containers, and he'd spent a week in the 4th floor room working out the alchemical treatment that would keep the glass intact. He uncorked the vial and touched the smallest possible drop to the specific point on the diadem's surface where the Horcrux was anchored. The diadem screamed. Not like the one in his scar had screamed, that had been interior, private. This was an object screaming, a crack appearing across the moonstone and the darkness in it boiling out and dispersing like smoke, and then it was gone, and the diadem sat on the bust's stone head and was simply itself again, a remarkable magical artifact, Ravenclaw's actual personal possession, centuries old, the lost diadem recovered. He picked it up carefully and turned it in his hands and thought about Rowena Ravenclaw, who had enchanted it with the capacity for wisdom and whose work had been violated by someone who treated every remarkable thing in the world as a potential container for his own survival. He carried it out of the room of requirement and took it to the castle's awareness and let Hogwarts know what he had. The response that came back was something like satisfaction, deep and structural, the feeling of a wrong thing corrected. The diadem belonged to Ravenclaw Tower. Harry returned it to the library there, specifically, to the display case in Ravenclaw's common room, which the castle opened for him without requiring the password at the door, and left it there, and left. 2 Horcruxes destroyed. The piece of Voldemort himself that constituted the 7th. 4 remaining. He was doing the arithmetic of this as he walked back toward Gryffindor Tower, the corridor quiet around him, the castle warm, when he heard footsteps behind him and turned to find Hermione moving fast to catch up, slightly breathless, still in her school robes with a book tucked under her arm. "The 7th floor," she said. "The room of requirement." "Yes," Harry said. "You found it?" "Yes." She walked beside him in silence for a moment. "The diadem. Returned to Ravenclaw Tower." She processed this. "That's 2. And the one in me, 3, Harry said. 4 remaining. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup." "The diary is with Lucius Malfoy," she said. "Yes. I'm going to deal with that differently," Harry said. "The others are accessible through methods I can manage. The diary requires going through Malfoy, which means going through the Wizengamot, which means the formal claim needs to come first." He paused at the portrait hole and said the password and let them both in. The political move and the magical move are connected. The common room was warm and half empty. Most of the students who were staying for Christmas were younger, sitting near the fire with games and books, the upper years having migrated to the library for last-minute study. Ron was playing chess with himself near the window in the way of someone who had beaten all available opponents and was now working on being his own most challenging enemy. He looked up when they came in. "The room on the 7th floor," he said, because Ron had a talent for reading situations that Harry had stopped being surprised by. "You went." "I did," Harry said, dropping into the chair across from him. "And?" "Diadem. Returned to Ravenclaw. Horcrux destroyed." Ron moved a piece with the automatic ease of someone who thought in chess patterns and looked at Harry with the frank assessment of someone who had been figuring out the chessboard of Harry's plans for 3 months. "You're moving faster than I thought you'd move." "The timeline shifted," Harry said. "Dealing with Quirrell changed the schedule." "By how much?" "The formal Wizengamot claim was going to be summer after 2nd year," Harry said. "Now I'm thinking end of 1st year. Before we leave for the summer." The political momentum from the Gringotts announcement is still active. The longer I leave it without showing up in the chamber, the more it looks like the announcement was theatrical rather than substantive. Neville, who had been reading in the corner, set his book down. My Gran wrote to me, he said. About the announcement. She wants to meet you. She said. He paused, with the particular expression of someone quoting a formidable person. Tell Mr. Potter that Augusta Longbottom has been waiting 40 years for someone to challenge the Selwyn proxy block and she intends to be useful. Harry looked at Neville and felt something warm and direct. She sounds remarkable. She is, Neville said simply. She also said if you're planning to do what she thinks you're planning, you should know that the Bones family will likely follow the Longbottom vote on structural matters. Susan Bones, her aunt is Amelia Bones, head of magical law enforcement. Susan's in Hufflepuff, Hermione said, sitting cross-legged on the hearthrug with her book open. She's been in our charms class. She's very steady. I've noticed her, Harry said. She doesn't miss much. Like someone else I know, Ron said, moving another chess piece. The fire crackled. Outside the windows the castle grounds were finally delivering on 3 days of snow threat, fat flakes coming down in the early dark, the lake going white at its edges. Inside the common room was warm and full of the specific comfort of a place inhabited by people who had collectively decided to be here and meant it. Harry let himself have this moment. He'd been allowing himself these moments more frequently since the mirror, since the image of the table, since the understanding of what he was actually working toward. These moments were not distractions. They were the point. There's something else, he said. The quality of attention in the room shifted. Neville set his book down fully. Ron looked up from the chessboard. Hermione's page didn't turn. The marriage contract, Harry said. He'd known this conversation was coming for weeks. He'd been working out how to have it with the same care he applied to everything, which meant he'd been thinking about Hermione specifically, about how she would take it, about what the right balance was between the information she deserved and the implication it carried that was too large and too premature for either of them to fully address at 11 years old. He laid it out plainly. The contract, its purpose, its history. The clause about the match, the recognition function, not a command but an identification. The fact that the contract had signaled during the train, the first day, and had continued to signal quietly for the 4 months since. When he finished, the room was very quiet. Ron was looking at the chessboard with the expression of someone who is not looking at the chessboard. Neville was looking at his hands. Hermione was looking at Harry with the specific quality of someone whose face has gone very still because they are thinking very fast and have not yet arrived at their conclusion. The contract identified me, she said. Flat, factual. Working through it. Yes, Harry said. On the train. Yes. She looked at the fire. And you've known for 4 months. Yes. And you're telling me now because you deserve to know, Harry said. Because keeping it from you would be a form of management that I told you this morning I don't do with you. Because it's information that belongs to you as much as it belongs to me. He looked at her steadily. I'm not telling you because I expect you to do anything with it. I'm not telling you because the contract is a command. I'm telling you because you're my best friend and you're one of the only people in the world who tells me when I'm wrong and I have no interest in there being things between us that I'm keeping because they're complicated. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, I don't know how I feel about it. I know, Harry said. Neither do I. We're 11. The contract can wait until we're not 11, she said. According to Death, approximately 10 years, Harry agreed. Death, she said. You said that very casually. I'm in ongoing communication with Death, Harry said. That is apparently the normal state of my existence. Ron made a sound that was deeply involuntary, somewhere between a laugh and something he wasn't sure was appropriate. Neville looked up from his hands with an expression of someone who had been trying to quantify the strangeness of his life since September and had decided to stop trying. 10 years, Hermione said again, with the precision of someone filing a very large piece of information into the correct drawer. And the contract it doesn't force anything. It's not a compulsion. It's an identification, Harry said. Nothing more. She nodded slowly. Then, I need to think about this. Of course. And I reserve the right to be annoyed about it. About what part specifically? About all of it, she said, with enough warmth in the exasperation that it landed like something entirely different. About the whole sovereign of death, ancient contract, 3 bloodlines, already new at 7, she gestured broadly. All of it. It's a lot. It is, Harry agreed. I'll still help you with the Horcruxes, she said, which was somehow the most Hermione thing she had ever said. I know, Harry said, and meant it as the specific and deep gratitude it was. Ron cleared his throat. Just to be clear, he said to his chessboard. I'm not in any ancient contracts. Not that I'm aware of, Harry said. Good, Ron said. One of us should be normal. You're the least normal person here, Ron, Neville said, with the quiet accuracy of someone who had been watching Ron Weasley for 4 months. You just express it differently. Ron looked at Neville with genuine surprise, because this was one of the first times Neville had said something pointed and direct without softening it. Then he grinned. Fair. The snow came down outside and the fire burned and the 4 of them sat in the Gryffindor common room and talked, not always about important things, sometimes about completely unimportant things, about Quidditch, Ron's passion, Hermione's polite tolerance, Harry's genuine interest in the physics of it, and about Neville's Grand's collection of magical plants and about whether the astronomy teacher Professor Sinistra had ever told anyone her first name, and Harry sat in the middle of it and felt the warmth of it and thought about the table in the mirror. Getting closer, he thought. Term ended. Most students left on the express. Harry stayed for Christmas. He'd told Petunia in a letter, the first letter he'd sent to Privet Drive since September, brief, polite, informative. I'll be spending the holiday at school. The school provides accommodation and meals. I'll be home for the summer. She had not replied, which was exactly what he'd expected. He spent Christmas at Hogwarts with Ron, who was also staying. His parents were visiting Charlie in Romania, and Neville, his gran, was apparently spending Christmas with the Longbottom family contingent in Wales and had agreed Neville could stay because she approved of his company. Hermione went home to her parents, which Harry was glad about. She'd mentioned them with the particular careful brightness of someone who loved their parents very much and missed them, and sent a letter on Christmas morning that was 4 pages long and included 2 pages of notes on the Horcrux research she'd been continuing during the holidays. Christmas at Hogwarts was its own experience. The castle decorated itself in ways that the Hogwarts ceiling's usual weather couldn't quite capture, real garlands that smelled genuinely of pine, candles in every corridor, the great hall reduced to one long table for the smaller holiday population and spread with food that felt, in its intimacy, more like a real meal than the term feasts did. Harry ate his Christmas dinner at a table with Ron and Neville and a handful of older students and 2 professors who stayed through holidays, and Professor McGonagall, who was one of those professors, sat at the head of the table and was fractionally less formal than term-time McGonagall in a way that was deeply endearing. She caught Harry looking at her at one point and said, "You're going to be a challenge, Mr. Potter." "I hope so," Harry said. "I mean that in the precise sense," she said. "Not a problem. A challenge. The distinction matters." "It does," he agreed. She studied him with the expression she wore when she was deciding something. "I want you to know that I was opposed to the decision to place you with your aunt's family," she said. "I said so at the time. On the record." Harry held her gaze. "I know," he said. "I read the Wisingamot records. You submitted a formal objection." Something moved across her face. "You read the sealed record of the 1981 emergency session, yes. Gringotts provided it as part of the blood right documentation." He paused. "Thank you. For saying something. It mattered, even though it was overruled." McGonagall looked at her plate for a moment and then back at Harry with an expression that was entirely unguarded, which was something he hadn't seen from her before. "It didn't change anything," she said. "It meant you saw what was happening and didn't pretend you didn't," Harry said. "That's not nothing." She picked up her fork. Said nothing more on the subject. But the quality of the attention she paid him for the rest of Christmas dinner was different, and Harry noted it and filed it where it belonged. January 2nd, back to term, and Harry made his move on the diary. He'd been constructing the approach for weeks. The diary, Tom Riddle's Horcrux, given to Lucius Malfoy at some point in the late 1970s, presumably as both a safekeeping arrangement and a future weapon, was the most complicated of the remaining four because it was held by a living person with no obligation to surrender it and considerable motivation to deny having it. The approach required three things: evidence that Malfoy possessed it, legal grounds to demand its surrender, and leverage that made denial more expensive than compliance. He had the first. Gringotts records, legally obtained through the blood-right documentation process, showed that an object from the Gaunt estate, where Riddle had grown up, to which he'd returned as an adult, had been transferred in a private transaction to Lucius Malfoy in October 1981, which was 2 weeks before Voldemort's fall. An object of dark magical nature, as classified by the transaction's mandatory disclosure requirement. He had the second, a dormant Wisengamot statute from 1742, the Preservation of Corrupted Artifacts Act, which required any person in possession of a known dark artifact to register it with the Ministry within 30 days of its identification. Malfoy had clearly not registered anything, which meant he was in technical violation, which meant a formal Wisengamot complaint, from a recognized blood-right holder with standing, could compel a Ministry inspection. The leverage was the problem. Malfoy was well-connected, wealthy, and deeply embedded in the Wisengamot's right-leaning bloc. A complaint from Harry Potter would be taken seriously, but Malfoy had enough allies to delay it indefinitely. Harry needed something that made delay more costly than compliance. He found it in the Easter edition of the Daily Prophet. The Prophet had been running a slow-burn story since January about the Gringotts blood-right announcement, not the announcement itself, which had been covered thoroughly in September, but its implications. A journalist named Rita Skeeter was covering it with the particular energy of someone who had found a story she could milk and intended to do so at length. Her articles ranged from enthusiastic to invasive, and Harry had been reading them with detachment and occasional exasperation. She had a gift for finding the revealing detail and embedding it in enough speculation to be legally protected, which was a talent he respected in principle and found obnoxious in practice. In April she published a piece about the Malfoy family's Wisengamot record, specifically their voting history on creature rights and Muggle-born protections, and in the margin of that piece was a single paragraph about the Malfoy family's private collection of dark artifacts, sourced from a Ministry insider, which was almost certainly someone in the DMLE who'd been wanting to say this for years and had found their moment. Harry sent a letter to Skeeter the same day he read the piece. A brief letter, carefully worded, containing one sentence of substance: "I have Gringotts documentation showing a specific transfer of dark magical goods to the Malfoy estate in October 1981 and would be willing to provide it to you in exchange for a conversation." She replied within 12 hours. They met in Hogsmeade on the first available weekend, in the private back room of a tea shop that Skeeter apparently used for exactly this kind of meeting based on how familiar both she and the proprietor were with the arrangement. She was shorter than Harry expected and wore acid green robes and had a quick quotes quill already out before she sat down. "Put that away," Harry said. She looked at him over her rhinestone glasses. "Mr. Potter, I'm not a source. I'm a collaborator. Everything I give you, you verify independently before publishing. Nothing goes to press without my review of the specific factual claims." He set the Gringotts documentation on the table. "Those are my terms. If they don't work for you, we don't have a conversation." Skeeter looked at the documentation. She was smart, genuinely smart, underneath the theatrical apparatus of her persona, and Harry had done enough reading about her to understand that the tabloid style was a choice, a positioning, and that her actual reporting when she cared about a story was considerably more rigorous than her byline suggested. She looked at the document and the quick quotes quill went back into her bag. "Terms accepted," she said. "For now." He walked her through it. The transfer record, the legal framework, the Preservation of Corrupted Artifacts Act, the specific implications for Malfoy. She asked sharp questions and he answered them precisely, adding context where it helped and declining to speculate where it didn't. She made her own notes in a small, close handwriting that was nothing like the flamboyant style of her published work. "This runs in the Prophet," she said, "and Malfoy has about 48 hours to either come clean or look like he's covering up. Which is why the legal mechanism is already prepared," Harry said. "The formal Wisengamot complaint is drafted and will be filed 24 hours after publication. He can surrender the artifact voluntarily before the complaint is filed and avoid the formal process, or he can try to fight it and do so in public." Skeeter looked at him with the expression of someone who has been covering political journalism for 20 years and has rarely met an 11-year-old worth her time. "You're something else," she said. "I've been told," Harry said. The article published on a Thursday. The formal complaint was filed on Friday. Lucius Malfoy surrendered the diary on Saturday, through his solicitors, with a statement that it had been in his family's possession as an heirloom without his full knowledge of its nature, which was the most useful lie he could tell and which Harry accepted through the formal channels without public comment because the diary was what mattered and not the admission. The diary arrived at Gringotts in a sealed container, flagged for dark artifact processing, and Harry went to Gringotts on a Saturday in May and in Ragnarok's presence opened the seal and touched the venom vial to the relevant point on its cover. The diary screamed. The pages blackened from the inside out. A darkness rose from it that wasn't smoke and wasn't shadow but was something in between, and dispersed, and then the diary was just a diary, its enchantment spent, its purpose voided. 3 Horcruxes destroyed. The fragment in Quirrell's death, 4. For remaining, the ring, the locket, the cup, and Voldemort himself, when the time came. Ragnarok looked at the destroyed diary and then at Harry with the measured respect of a goblin who had decided several years ago to revise his expectations upward and had not yet found the ceiling. "The ring is in a stone house in Little Hangleton," Harry said. "The Gaunt Shack. I'll need to go there this summer." "We can provide a secure transport arrangement," Ragnarok said. "Through channels that don't require ministry notification." "I'd appreciate that," Harry said. "The locket is more complicated. It was stolen from its intended location, probably in the late 1970s. The thief left a note signed R.A.B. He looked at Ragnarok. "Does that mean anything in Gringotts records?" Ragnarok was quiet for a moment with the specific quality of someone accessing something. "Regulus Arcturus Black," he said. "He had an account. He died in 1979. His estate was sealed pending resolution of certain outstanding family matters." "Where would the locket be now?" Harry asked. "If Black retrieved it and intended to destroy it," Ragnarok paused. "His family home. Grimmauld Place. The Black family has a complicated succession question at present. Sirius Black is technically the heir but is incarcerated." Harry went very still. "Sirius Black," he said, "is in Azkaban." 12 years, Ragnarok said. "For the murder of 13 people, including one Peter Pettigrew." Harry looked at the destroyed diary on the table. He thought about his father's friends, Lupin, whom he'd named to Dumbledore for the defense post. The Marauders. He'd read about them in the historical records, in the social documents of the First War, in the footnotes of histories that mentioned James Potter peripherally. Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, Remus Lupin. He'd always had a gap in his knowledge about Pettigrew's death, because the accounts were brief and consistent and therefore suspicious. "Pull the trial record," Harry said. "Sirius Black's trial." Ragnarok looked at him. There was no trial. The room was very quiet. "He was sent to Azkaban without a trial," Harry said. "Flat. Processing." "Correct," Ragnarok said. "In November 1981, following the incident on the street in Godric's Hollow." He was assessed by Bartemius Crouch Sr. under emergency war powers and committed directly. Harry sat with this for a long moment. Sirius Black had been in Azkaban for 11 years without a trial, which meant without any formal legal determination of guilt, which meant on the word of one man exercising emergency powers in the chaos following a war's end. And Pettigrew was also a marauder, also a wizard, also someone who had been close to Harry's parents, and Harry had been reading enough Wizengamot history to know that the simplest explanation was sometimes a constructed one. He thought about the contract. About the triple blood right. About the Wizengamot claim he'd been preparing for months. Ragnarok, he said. I need the Wizengamot claim accelerated. I want to be in that chamber before the summer. The end of your school year, Ragnarok said. Yes. I want Sirius Black's case on the docket the first time I sit. He looked at the senior goblin. Can you locate him? Within Azkaban? We can confirm his status, Ragnarok said carefully. We have limited contacts within the ministry. Find out if he's coherent, Harry said. 11 years in Azkaban, with Dementors, he thought about the soul-sucking misery of those creatures and what years of proximity to them did, and felt the weight of it settle. Find out if there's anything left to save. And if there is? Ragnarok asked. Harry looked at the destroyed diary. At the empty space where a piece of Voldemort's soul had been. Then I'm going to get him out, he said. Chapter 8, The Lord of What Lies Between the Wizengamot Chamber was older than most of the buildings in London. Harry knew this from the historical records, but knowing it and standing in the public gallery above it the week before end of term, looking down at the tiered stone seating and the central floor with its single chair and the banners of the 50-odd families who held seats, were different experiences in the way that everything important was. The chamber had been built before the ministry existed, before there was a ministry to build things, and the stone of it carried that age in the specific way Hogwarts did, layers of magical history compressed into the fabric of the walls, the ceiling, the floor that had been stood on by every significant magical figure in British history for 700 years. Dumbledore had arranged the gallery access. He'd also done something more significant, which was use his considerable Wizengamot standing to place Harry's formal claim on the session agenda with the designation Ancient Blood Right Recognition, which was a procedural category that hadn't been used in the chamber in living memory and which required every seat holder to be present or formally send a proxy. The result was a full chamber. Harry stood at the gallery rail and looked at it and let the scale of it settle on him without being crushed by it. 52 seats. 52 families or their proxy representatives, filling the tiered stone in their formal robes, the buzz of their collective conversation carrying upward to where he stood. He recognized faces from Gringotts documents and newspaper photographs and the Wizengamot records he'd read cover to cover. Malfoy in the Malfoy seat, third row, expression carefully neutral in the specific way of someone managing very strong feelings. Augusta Longbottom in the Longbottom seat, front row, back straight as ironwork. Amelia Bones beside her with the composed expression of someone who had been running magical law enforcement for 10 years and had decided opinions about everything she was looking at. He found Dumbledore at the Chief Warlock's seat and their eyes met briefly. Dumbledore gave him a look that contained, in its complex and layered way, something very close to, I believe in you. Don't do anything I would do. Harry held the look for a moment and then moved his eyes on. Ready? Hermione said, beside him. She'd come down with him on the train from Hogwarts 2 days early, with McGonagall's approval and Dumbledore's arranged access and her own implacable determination to be here because she'd been part of preparing for this and had no intention of missing it. Neville was on his other side, in his good robes, with the expression of someone who had spoken to his grandmother 3 times in the past week and received comprehensive briefings. Ron was at the end of the gallery with his father, Arthur Weasley, who worked in the ministry and had apparently been very keen to be present and had arrived 40 minutes early. Ron had the expression of someone watching a Quidditch final. Ready, Harry said. He went down. The corridor leading to the chamber floor's entrance was old and quiet and smelled of the particular combination of stone and old parchment that Harry associated with serious places. He walked it alone, The others couldn't come to the chamber floor, gallery only, and he thought about Ignotus Peverell's journal, about his mother at the kitchen table, about the destroyed diary and the diadem and the scar that was clean now and the basilisk that was somewhere in the forbidden forest learning what freedom felt like. He thought about Sirius Black, whose preliminary status report from Ragnarok had arrived last week, coherent, diminished, present. He thought about 4 remaining Horcruxes and the long work still ahead. He thought about what he was walking into and what it required. Not fear. He didn't have fear about this, which was not bravado. Bravado was performing lack of fear, and Harry had never performed anything if he could help it. He didn't have fear because he'd been preparing for a moment like this since he was 7 years old, sitting in a dusty attic reading a contract that had his name on it in drying red ink, and the preparation had been thorough, and he trusted it. He pushed open the chamber door and walked in. The floor of the Wizengamot chamber was not large. From the gallery it had looked more spacious, but at floor level it was intimate in the specific way of rooms built for confrontation, the single chair in the center, the tiered seating curving around it on 3 sides, the acoustics designed so that everything said at the center was perfectly audible to everyone present. Harry walked to the center of the floor and did not sit in the chair. He stood. The chamber's conversation died as he came in. By the time he reached the center it was entirely silent, the quality of silence that came from 50-odd people simultaneously deciding to pay attention. He was 11 years old and he was wearing his good robes and his glasses were uncracked and his hair was doing what it always did, and he stood in the center of the oldest magical deliberating chamber in Britain and looked at it. "Good morning," he said. His voice carried perfectly. The acoustics did their job. A few murmured responses from the seats, the polite reflex of people who hadn't quite decided yet what register this called for. Malfoy said nothing. Augusta Longbottom gave him a single nod that managed to convey both welcome and the clear expectation that he not embarrass anyone. Dumbledore, from the Chief Warlock's position, said, "The chamber recognizes Harry James Potter, presenting the formal claim of ancient blood right recognition under the triple designation of Peverell, Merlin, and Gryffindor. Mr. Potter, you have the floor." "Thank you," Harry said. He looked at the chamber. He thought about what this moment was, not a performance, not a declaration, not the kind of dramatic arrival the wizarding world had been writing stories about for 10 years. Something more like an introduction. A handshake with history. He'd decided weeks ago that he wasn't going to walk in here with a prepared speech, because prepared speeches were for people who needed to convince themselves as much as their audience, and he didn't need convincing. He knew what he was going to say because he knew what he thought, and he'd always been able to say what he thought clearly when he'd had sufficient time to understand it. "I'm not here to impress anyone," he said. "I want to start with that because I think some of you are expecting a performance and I'd rather save everyone the time." He looked at Malfoy briefly and then moved on. "I'm 11 years old and I've spent the past 4 years reading everything I could find about how this chamber works, what it's done well, what it's done badly, and what it was built to do. I have 3 seats in this room. I didn't earn them in the traditional sense, I was born into them, the way most of you were born into yours. What I've tried to do is understand what they mean before claiming them." A stir went through the chamber. Not hostile. Attentive. "The Peverell seat has been empty for 147 years, Harry said. Before it went empty it was used to obstruct 17 pieces of creature rights legislation and support 2 ministry expansions of power that both had to be partially reversed within a generation because they went too far. The Merlin seat has been dormant since the Middle Ages, which is a remarkable waste of a legal instrument designed specifically for magical law reform. The Gryffindor seat has been held in proxy by the Dumbledore family for 60 years, honorably and well, and I want to formally thank Professor Dumbledore for that stewardship before I take it back." He looked at Dumbledore. The old man's expression was the compound one Harry had come to know, warm, complex, the particular expression of someone who was genuinely moved and was allowing it. "The blood rights I'm claiming today are not a power grab," Harry continued. "I'm not standing here because I want to run this chamber. I'm standing here because the law says I have standing in it, and I intend to use that standing specifically. I have a list of 3 things I want to bring before this body in the next 18 months. I want to be transparent about what they are so that everyone in this room can prepare a proper response rather than being surprised. Another stir. People liked being told things directly, Harry had found. Even people who were going to disagree with the things appreciated being told clearly. First, he said. I want a formal inquiry into the conviction and imprisonment of Sirius Black. The chamber's ambient noise went from a stir to something considerably more active. Harry waited it out with the patience of someone who had expected it. Sirius Black was committed to Azkaban in November 1981 under emergency war powers, without trial, without formal evidence presentation, without legal representation, and without appeal. I have reviewed the procedural record through Gringotts and there is no trial transcript because there was no trial. There was an assessment by one ministry official acting under temporary emergency powers that were specifically not designed for permanent conviction. He let this sit. Whether Sirius Black is guilty of the crimes attributed to him is a question I am not prejudging. What I am saying is that we cannot know the answer to that question because we never asked it properly. 12 years ago we decided the question wasn't worth asking. That decision reflects on this chamber. I want it corrected. Amelia Bones in the front row had her hands folded on the desk before her and was looking at him with an expression that he couldn't fully read but that contained nothing hostile. Second, Harry said. I want to introduce legislation on the formal recognition of werewolf employment rights. The current restrictions on werewolf employment are not justified by any genuine public safety framework. The evidence does not support the contention that properly treated werewolves with access to wolfsbane potion are more dangerous than the general magical population. They are a social punishment dressed as a safety measure and I want them removed. Malfoy, in the third row, shifted in his seat with the controlled discomfort of someone sitting on an opinion they've decided not to voice yet. Third, Harry said. I want a formal review of Muggle-born student protections as they currently exist in magical law. Not new rights, the rights already exist in theory. What doesn't exist is a consistent enforcement mechanism. When a Muggle-born student is harassed or discriminated against at this school or in this society, the formal recourse is unclear, inconsistently applied, and therefore practically useless. I want clarity and I want teeth. He stopped. Looked at the chamber. Let it breathe. Those are the 3 things, he said. I don't have a timeline yet that's more specific than 18 months because I'm 11 and I'm at school and I'm going to be doing this while also learning to do it properly. What I can tell you is that these are not opening positions in a negotiation. They're what I'm actually planning. He paused. Questions. The chamber erupted. Not in the chaotic way of a crowd that's lost control but in the way of a deliberative body that has just received considerable information and has strong opinions about all of it. Multiple people speaking at once, Dumbledore using his chief warlock authority to call order with a sharp tap of his wand on the desk. The questions came in sequence, each addressed directly. Tiberius Ogden, a senior member with the particular demeanor of someone who had been in the chamber for decades and had seen most things, leaned forward and said, Mr. Potter, the Sirius Black matter. Are you aware that if the trial produces an acquittal, there are significant liability implications for the ministry? Yes, Harry said. I'm aware. I consider that a feature rather than a problem. If the ministry imprisoned someone wrongly for 12 years, the ministry should face the consequences of that. You understand that could destabilize. The ministry being held accountable for its actions is not destabilization, Harry said. Its function. Ogden sat back with an expression of someone recalibrating. A woman in the back row, Dolores Umbridge, whose name Harry knew from the records with the particular note that accompanied her, careful, this one, in a specific way, said, in a voice that was sweet in the specific way of things that were not sweet, the werewolf legislation. Mr. Potter, with respect, you're relying on very recent research that the broader community hasn't had sufficient time to. The broader community has had 30 years to assess the research, Harry said, without particular heat. The first studies on wolfsbane effectiveness were published in 1962. What has prevented legislative action is not insufficient time. It is insufficient political will. He looked at her steadily. I'd like to ask, for the record, whether you have a specific empirical objection to the research or whether your concern is about the timeline of adoption. Umbridge's smile did not change, but something behind it did. I simply feel a measured approach. I noted the answer, Harry said, which was not aggressive but was entirely decisive. He moved his attention on. Augusta Longbottom had not asked a question yet. She sat in her seat with the composed quality of a woman who knew exactly when to speak and had determined that the time was not yet. Harry caught her eye once, briefly, and she gave him another single nod, this one different from the first, less welcoming, more something like well done, keep going. Amelia Bones raised her hand. Harry acknowledged her immediately. He'd been waiting for her. Mr. Potter, she said. Her voice was direct and unhurried. On the black matter. You said you've reviewed the procedural record. I want to confirm, your specific contention is that the absence of a formal trial creates a legal basis for a mandatory review. Not a request. Mandatory. Under the Wisengamot Procedural Code, Section 14, an ancient blood right holder can file a formal challenge to any conviction obtained without trial during a period of emergency powers, requiring a mandatory review hearing within 90 days, Harry said. The provision has never been used because the emergency powers were only exercised twice in the relevant period. I'm not asking this chamber's permission to file that challenge. I'm informing the chamber that I intend to file it and want the review on the formal docket. Amelia Bones held his gaze for a moment. I see, she said. For the record, I consider the procedural argument sound. She sat back. In the third row, Lucius Malfoy raised a hand. Mr. Potter, Malfoy said. His voice was smooth, carefully positioned between polite and skeptical. He had the bearing of someone who had been significant in this room for a long time and found the presence of a child at its center an interesting situation rather than a threatening one, or was doing a very good job of performing that position. A question about the blood right claims themselves. Specifically the Merlin designation. The Merlin Compact, as I understand it, has not been formally confirmed by any magical authority in several centuries. On what basis does Gringotts recognize it as a valid blood right? Harry looked at Malfoy. He thought about a diary in a sealed container and the scream of a Horcrux being destroyed and a man who had used a child's school possession as a weapon for a dead dark wizard. He kept all of that exactly where it was, behind his expression, behind the calm. The Merlin Compact's validity is confirmed by blood recognition, Harry said. Gringotts performed the standard blood right confirmation, the three-seal test, the lineage mapping, the magical resonance verification. All three returned positive. The documentation is available for review by any chamber member who requests it through Gringotts Public Records Access. He paused. Is your question about the validity of the methodology or about the result? Malfoy smiled slightly. Simply ensuring due diligence. Of course, Harry said. The questioning continued for an hour. Harry answered everything. Not every answer was complete, some questions were genuinely difficult, legally complex, requiring more thought than he'd given them yet, and he said so plainly when that was the case, that's a good question that I don't have a complete answer to yet. I'll have one before I bring the relevant legislation to the floor. The chamber appreciated this, or most of it did. The parts that didn't would have found fault regardless. At the end of the formal session Dumbledore called for a procedural vote on accepting the blood right claims, which was technically required for the formal registration. The vote was 31-19 in favor, with 2 abstentions. The Peverell seat, the Merlin seat, and the Gryffindor seat were formally returned to Harry James Potter, their recognized holder, effective immediately. Harry stood at the center of the floor while the vote was announced and felt the chamber's weight settle differently around him, a shift in the architecture of the thing, 3 dormant places coming awake. He thought of Ragnarok in his office, years ago, saying the Peverell account has been dormant for 147 years, and thought about what those years had been and what the next 7 would be. He left the chamber floor through the same door he'd entered, alone, and walked the corridor back to the public gallery stairs. Hermione was at the bottom of the stairs before he got there. She looked at him with the full, unguarded assessment she used when she was deciding something important. Then she said, "The Umbridge exchange. When you said I noted the answer, that was deliberate." "Yes," Harry said. "You were putting her on record. She'll be on the wrong side of every piece of this legislation, and I want a clear record of when she staked out that position and what she said to justify it," Harry said. "When the legislation passes in 18 months, that record is part of the story." Hermione stared at him. 18 months. "Possibly less on the Black Inquiry," Harry said. "The legal argument is clean." Bones agrees. "Once the formal challenge is filed, it moves on its own momentum." "You're really going to get him out," she said. "Not a question." She'd been skeptical about this, she'd said so, carefully and specifically, and was now revising the skepticism not upward into certainty but into something more like trust of his read on the situation. "I'm going to make sure he gets a fair hearing," Harry said. "What happens after that depends on what's true." He paused. "But I think what's true is that Peter Pettigrew is alive." Hermione went very still. "That's conclusion based on several things I won't have confirmed until I can actually investigate properly," Harry said. "Not something I'm going to the chamber with until I have the evidence." "But yes." Ron appeared at the top of the stairs with the expression of someone who had been listening to adults have significant conversations for 2 hours and had thoughts. 31-19, he said. "My dad says that's remarkable for a blood right claim with that many political implications." "Your dad is right," Harry said. "He also said Malfoy's face when you voted through the Merlin seat was worth the price of admission," Ron added, with the particular glee of someone who had been wanting to say this for a while. Neville came down behind him. His expression was the one Harry had been watching develop over the year, the one where Neville Longbottom had decided he was allowed to stand straight. "My Gran wants to meet you tonight," he said. "She came down. She's in the Ministry atrium." "Tell her I'd be honored," Harry said. Augusta Longbottom was exactly what Harry had expected and entirely surprising in practice. She was a small, upright woman in a formidable hat that had a real or realistic stuffed vulture on it, and she looked at Harry the way very few people looked at him, not with the weight of his name or his reputation or the Wisengamot seats or the blood right, but with the simple direct assessment of someone evaluating a person. "You made 3 enemies today," she said, by way of greeting. "Malfoy, Umbridge, and Fudge, who wasn't there but will hear the record by morning. Do you know what to do with that?" "Know where they are," Harry said. "Know what they'll do before they do it. Make their opposition expensive rather than trying to prevent it." He paused. "And don't confuse being opposed with being wrong." Augusta Longbottom looked at him for a long moment. Then she held out her hand. He shook it. "My grandson speaks well of you," she said. "I don't take his word for things easily. He's earned the right to trust people by having bad judgment about them several times first." She glanced at Neville, who looked mortified and fond in equal measure. "He hasn't had bad judgment about you. He's an excellent judge of character," Harry said. "I've been glad of his judgment all year." Neville's mortification lost ground to something warmer. That evening, back at the Ministry guest accommodations that Dumbledore had arranged for the night before the return to Hogwarts, Harry sat at a window with the lights of Wizarding London below him, hidden London, the London that existed adjacent to the ordinary one, visible through the right kind of attention, and thought about the day. 31-19 was a coalition. Not a large one, not unassailable, but real, and made of people who had voted with their actual convictions rather than political positioning. Bones. Longbottom. Most of the non-aligned centrists who had been watching the Malfoy block shape legislation for years with the patient frustration of people who couldn't individually shift the balance. 7 of them had voted his way today who wouldn't have 6 months ago, which meant the Gringotts announcement had done its work. He thought about the challenge he'd file for Sirius Black the following week. About the Gaunt Shack in Little Hangleton and the Ring Horcrux he'd need to retrieve this summer, carefully, because there were curses on it, complex, old, the kind of thing that killed carelessly. About the locket and the cup and the long complicated road to an ending he hadn't fully mapped yet because the full map required information he didn't have yet. He thought about Remus Lupin, who Dumbledore had quietly confirmed would be teaching defense in the coming year. He thought about what Lupin's classroom would look like, what it would mean for a man who'd spent a decade being slowly starved of professional dignity to stand in front of students who were told to take his class seriously. "You're thinking loudly," Death said. "I'm always thinking," Harry said. "More so than usual." It was a significant day. It was, Death agreed. The chamber, the blood right activation in that space. "Did you feel it?" "The shift in the seats," Harry said. "When the vote passed?" "Yes." "Like something clicking into place." "Three dormant authorities coming awake," Death said. "The chamber remembers them. It's been functioning without them for a long time and certain things have drifted in their absence. You'll find the chamber a different instrument now that those seats are active." "I noticed Bones and Longbottom both seemed to relax slightly when the vote passed," Harry said. "Like they'd been braced against something for a long time." "They have been," Death said. "The right-leaning bloc has had a structural majority in that chamber for 3 decades. You just broke it." Harry looked at the lights below. "Barely," he said. 31 is the thinnest possible majority." "Majorities don't have to be large," Death said. "They have to be real." He was quiet for a while. The night outside was warm, early June, London doing what it did in early summer, which was pretend it had been like this all along and would remain so indefinitely. "The contract," Harry said. After today." The signal you described. The vibration that hasn't resolved." He paused. "It's stronger." "Yes," Death said. "Why now?" "Because you're more yourself now than you were in September," Death said. "The contract responds to the full expression of the blood right, not just its existence. Today was clarifying. For you and for what surrounds you." A pause. "It doesn't mean anything needs to change. I told you, 10 years approximately. Give or take." "I know," Harry said. "I'm not worried about it." He thought about Hermione at the bottom of the stairs, the way she'd looked at him. "I just wanted to understand what I was feeling." "And do you?" "Better than before," Harry said. "Knock at the door." He called, "Come in," and Hermione opened it. She was in the adjacent room and had clearly been reading because she had her book and the expression of someone who had thought of something they needed to say and had decided not to wait until morning. She came in and sat on the other chair at the window and looked at the lights below for a moment without speaking. Harry waited, because this was one of the things he'd learned about her, the preparation before the thing she actually wanted to say was always worth the wait. "I want to be involved in the Black Inquiry," she said. "Not as a bystander. Actually involved. Research, evidence analysis, whatever the legal process requires." "I know," Harry said. "You were going to ask me." "Tomorrow morning," he said. "I was going to ask you at breakfast." She looked at him. "I wanted you to know I was asking, not waiting to be asked." He looked back. "That distinction matters to you." "It does," she said. "Then yes," Harry said. "Consider yourself asked and answered." She looked at the lights for a moment. "Then, the 3 things you said in the chamber. The Black Inquiry, the werewolf legislation, the Muggle-born protections." She paused. "Those aren't in the contract. The Peverell Compact, the Merlin working. None of it requires you to do any of that." "I know," Harry said. "So why?" "Because they need doing," Harry said simply. "Because Remus Lupin hasn't been able to find work for a decade because of a condition he didn't choose. Because 12 people voted against accepting the blood right claims today and at least 4 of them would be happier if Muggle-born children didn't have full access to magical education, and they're wrong, and I have the standing to say so formally." He looked at her. Because my mother was Muggle-born and she was the most important person in the story of my life and she deserved every right she had and more. Hermione was quiet for a moment. That, she said, finally, carefully, is the most straightforward thing you've ever said to me. I'm full of them, Harry said. I just don't always say them at the right time. She looked back at the lights. He looked at the lights. The warm June night moved around them and London glittered and the wizarding world below it, woven into the fabric of the ordinary one, moved through its evening with no idea what had happened today in a stone chamber beneath the Thames and what it was going to mean for it. Harry, she said. Yes. The contract, she stopped. Started again. I've been thinking about what you told us. In the common room. Before Christmas. She paused. I don't have feelings about it yet either. I want you to know that I meant it when I said I needed to think, and I have been, and I still don't have feelings about it, but I also, she stopped. Also what? Harry asked. I don't mind, she said. Is what I'm trying to say. I don't mind that it's you. She said it with the precise Hermione quality of someone who has found the most accurate possible language for something that resists accuracy. That's not the same as feelings. It's just. I don't mind. Harry looked at her profile against the window and thought about everything, the attic and Privet Drive, the dusty contract, the voice in his chest that was death settling into him like coming home, the 4 years of preparation and the year of action and today in the chamber and the table in the mirror and his mother's laugh and the long road still ahead full of Horcruxes and political battles and a dark wizard who would eventually reconstitute himself and come back. He thought about all of it and at the end of all of it there was a window with London below it and a girl who didn't mind. I don't mind either, he said. She half smiled. Not her full smile was its own thing, brilliant and somewhat blinding. This was the smaller version, the private one, the one she produced when something landed exactly right. She went back to her room and Harry stayed at the window for a while longer and thought about what came next. The ring in the Gaunt shack, this summer. The locket somewhere in Grimmauld Place. The cup in the Lestrange vault, which would require a Gringotts arrangement of some complexity. Sirius Black's formal hearing, 90 days from the challenge, which he'd file Monday. Lupin starting in September. The Muggle-born protections bill that he'd need to spend the next 12 months drafting properly. The diary destroyed. The diadem returned. The Horcrux in him, gone. Quirrell's death, Voldemort's dispersal, the temporary dormancy of the greatest dark threat in a generation. A lot of pieces. A very large board. Death, he said. Still here, Death said. Ignotus's journal, Harry said. The last entry. He wrote that he'd made peace with the compact. That it wasn't what he expected when he struck the agreement. That it was stranger and better than what he'd imagined. He looked at the lights below. I understand that now. Yes, Death said, with the warmth it reserved for things that were actually worth warmth. I suspected you would. Is this what you expected? Harry asked. When the blood right activated. When I found the trunk. Is this what you were hoping for? Death was quiet for a long moment. I hoped for someone who would take it seriously, it said finally. Someone who understood that authority over something vast is not the same as understanding it. Someone who would choose to be human about it. Despite everything. Another pause. You have been more than I hoped for, Harry. That is not something I say with ease. I have been here since before the first breath was ever drawn and I find that I am frequently disappointed by what people do with what they're given. Harry nodded once, to the window, to the lights, to the night. I'm going to make mistakes, he said. This year I was working with complete information and near-perfect preparation and I still made at least 4 decisions I'll need to revisit. Yes, Death agreed. I'm going to make bigger ones in harder circumstances. Yes. And I'll fix them, Harry said. Not because the blood right requires it. Because fixing things is, he paused. Because the table and the mirror isn't something you inherit. It's something you build. And you can only build it if things are worth building in. Death said nothing for a moment. When it spoke, it was quiet. Go to sleep, it said. You have a year to end and a summer to plan and a trial to file and a great deal of work still ahead of you. I know, Harry said. He didn't move from the window immediately. He stayed a while longer in the warm June night with London below him and everything ahead of him, and the full weight of 3 ancient bloodlines settled in his bones like something that had been waiting to come home, and he thought about all the things that were going to be difficult and all the things that were going to be worth it, and found, to his quiet satisfaction, that the second list was longer. He was 11 years old. He was the bearer of the Peverell blood right, the Merlin working, and the Gryffindor sole claim. He was the formal holder of 3 Wisengamot seats and the recognized sovereign of Death's compact and the master of 3 objects that had no equal in the history of the world. He had 2 Horcruxes destroyed personally, 1 dispersed in Quirrell's death, and 4 more to go. He had a basilisk in the Forbidden Forest and a goblin bank's full cooperation and a castle that woke up when he walked through it. He had a brilliant furious girl who didn't mind and a round-faced boy who stood straight now and a red-haired boy who thought in chess moves and an old man who had finally stopped managing him and started trusting him. He had work to do. He went to bed. Outside, London moved through its summer night, ordinary and extraordinary in the way of all cities that carry hidden things in their foundations, and beneath it in a stone chamber that had been there since before memory, 3 seats sat warm and awake for the first time in a very long time, and the chamber breathed around them the way things breathe when something missing has been returned. And in a dusty attic in Privet Drive, beneath 3 floorboards that had been replaced so carefully no one would ever find them, a hidden space lay empty now, the trunk gone, the Hallows gone, the contract gone, carried forward into the world where they had always been meant to be. The space was clean. It was, at last, just an attic.